Friday, August 21st. I'm Ben Thomas. President Trump started his weekend in South Carolina, making the last-minute appeal for Senator Darlene Graham.
She only knows how to put America first.
Graham's the president's chosen candidate to replace her brother, the late Senator Lindsey Graham. Voters will decide Tuesday between her and Congressman Ralph Norman for the Republican nominee. Earlier, reporters asked the president about the national debt passing $40 trillion.
We have tremendous growth, and the way you take care of debt is with growth. And we have tremendous growth. We've never had growth like we have right now. The growth will take care of that very easily.
Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts says White House ballroom construction can keep going for now. Lower courts had ordered a halt, saying it must have congressional approval. The Trump administration filed an emergency appeal. And in a Massachusetts court, the defense has rested its case in the murder trial of Lindsay Clancy, charged with strangling her 3 young children in 2023. Lisa Dwyer reports.
Lindsay Clancy's lawyer, Kevin Reddington, does not dispute that she killed her 3 children, but says she should not be held criminally responsible because she had postpartum psychosis, a rare mental illness linked to the stress, sleep deprivation, and hormonal changes that follow childbirth. Prosecutors have attempted to show that while she was getting treatment, she wasn't suffering from psychosis. For a final witness, Clancy's lawyer called Dr. Philip Resnick, a forensic psychiatrist and expert in suicide, or the killing of a child by a parent. Resnick testified that Clancy
was frankly psychotic.
On the day that she killed her children and was not in control of her actions.
It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
Dr. Resnick also testified that Clancy suffered from altruistic suicide.
In doing what they believe is in the best interest of the children based on their delusional idea.
I'm Lisa Dwyer.
This is AP News. Hot Marmot Week's coming. Julie Walker explains.
Researchers say there wasn't enough snow to keep their burrows warm while they hibernated, causing many of the animals to freeze to death. Researcher Katie Adler.
Marmots are hibernators, which means that they spend half the year or even more in the ground, asleep essentially, and they use the summer to get really fat. So they spend that entire time eating. They're looking for predators at the same time, and we look at that trade-off. But they essentially need that time to get fat so that they can use that fat to survive over the winter.
To bolster awareness of what's happening, marmot researchers are launching an online contest for the public to vote for their favorite critter. Move over, Fat Bear Week. Fat Marmot Week begins Monday. I'm Julie Walker.
The latest through the weekend at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
Introducing your all-new Subway wraps. Now you can make any foot on the wrap. Right, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway wraps make filling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and fresh ingredients. Try the cheesy garlic steak wrap today. Subway, eat fresh, feel good. Need a truck to work as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Store and big deals on big wheel sales events for a limited time. Store prices will beat the cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation on the Ford deliveries. But don't wait, all stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in up to 2 months and get free boost and shop online at triplejford.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Once a day, I'm Helen Harris and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Harris and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Helen Harris and I approve this message.
Camping and Retailing offers premier services and complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. To keep you cool, Cash also offers factories, ceramic, lifestyle, and basic auto kitchen. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Pagaya, get ready. The all-new Tohge US Pagaya is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Tohge US Pagaya grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Today, I'm Kent Ridgell, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, look for me. and let's grow Guam together. I'm Kipper Joe, and I approve this message. I'm Fred Medallion Jr. The future of Guam security and prosperity will be challenged by social and economic conditions. From drug-related crimes to higher housing costs, gas prices, food prices, and a decline in tourist arrivals impacting retail businesses. Our people will need leaders who are strong, visionary, disciplined, and have the best credentials to address these issues. I'm ready to get to work as your senator. I'm Fred Medallion Jr., and I approve this message.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Good afternoon, Guam. Welcome to another work week and another BrightSide. Another week with us here at HGMFM, Wave 105.1. Talk of Guam. It's the BrightSide with Mr. Pauly Suba. Streaming on the wave105.com, on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam, and the Glimpses Radio app. Call us on our studio line, 671-92-1051. 1052 to join in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll get into the program. This is the BrightSide.
Welcome to another BrightSide right here on Wave 105. We do want to thank our sponsors, and that's Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Micro Pack for sound pack and everything in between. Think Micro Pack. Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh. Triple J. It's big deals on big whales at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home a new Ford F-150. Starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. And GTA, we start with you. Like Julie was saying, 671-992-1051 or 1052. We are online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Be that Lunes. It's Monday, August 24th. I want to do something different, and we'll see how long we can do this for. Maybe this will be a new thing. But have you ever played Would You Rather?
I think so.
Yeah? Yeah. We've all played it, right?
We have, yeah.
Would you rather, and so for today, and anybody can chime in, they can WhatsApp, and we'll see who, which option has the most. Right?
Okay.
So, would you rather fight one horse-sized chicken or 100 chicken-sized horses?
Oh my God. Wow.
One horse-sized chicken or 100 chicken-sized horses? What would you rather do?
I'd rather do the chicken.
The one?
Yeah.
A horse-sized chicken?
Yeah, because 100, I don't know. That's like
100 horses the size of a chicken.
Yeah, like I'm imagining like.
Yeah.
What's that show? It's an animation like Samurai Jack. I feel like I'm Samurai Jack fighting on a horse like that.
Yeah, I don't think you could do it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Like anything, 100 size anything, right?
Right, yeah, that's what I mean.
Like bugs, spiders, snakes. It'll just be over real quick. Right, piranhas. Yeah, jellyfish.
Yeah.
Did you watch that one? New movie on Prime? I haven't finished it. Something like Devils. I haven't finished it. Devil's Cave or something. I don't know.
It's a new one?
Yeah.
No, I don't have time, but I did watch Mutiny.
Mutiny, that's
Jason Statham.
Okay, so that's what we were talking about. That. So
Yeah.
you went to the theater to watch it?
Yeah, I did.
How was it? Was it like Die Hard 7?
I feel like I do like it. Like I'm not hating on it, but
Right.
I feel like when you feel like you've seen it.
Uh-huh.
Like okay. I mean, Jason Statham was in his true form, but it's like just I've seen this before.
Oh yeah, we've seen it.
Yeah, like how
many
many times? Yeah, so I'm like.
Sometimes
okay,
Bruce Willis is in it.
Yeah.
Sometimes The Rock is in it.
Maybe Liam Neeson.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So
yes.
it's like,
If
okay.
they just stop kidnapping his daughter,
Yeah.
he wouldn't go after you.
Yeah, I know he wants vengeance. But
Yeah.
I guess because Beekeeper is so high.
Right.
I love the Beekeeper. So.
Yeah. What about Transporter? That was when he was doing it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. When he was like a transporter.
For sure.
He would make a decent James Bond, no?
He would.
Yeah. I actually do want Idris Elba to be the James Bond, the next one. But even Idris himself, he said, the world isn't ready for a black James Bond, and I beg to differ. I think, he's from England. You know who Idris Elba is?
No.
I really liked him in The Wire. He played one of the gangster cousins. Oh man, I forgot his name now in there. But he plays in multiple movies. He was in Thor. He was one of the gods in Thor.
Oh him, yeah, no, I like him.
Yeah. What else is he? Now I'm drawing a blank.
Luther, Masters of the Universe.
Yes, Luther. Oh, he just played in Masters of the Universe.
Yeah.
I started that one too. I was like, let me check it out. I stopped like maybe 15 minutes into that movie. I was like, okay, never mind. I don't have time for this.
He was in the Suicide Squad.
Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
Yes, he was. Yes.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. No, I like this movie.
Shooter Bell, right? I'm getting it wrong. Something Bell. For The Wire.
Oh, his character there?
Yeah. He was the brains behind the whole drug organization in Baltimore. It was him and his brother Avon Barksdale.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, his cousin. What? Stringer.
Stringer Bell.
Stringer
That's
Bell.
his character name?
Yeah, Stringer Bell. And that's the first time I ever saw this guy in action. I'm sure he played in other movies, but The Wire to me is arguably the best TV series. It's up there with The Sopranos. I actually like I like The Wire better than Sopranos, but other people argue The Sopranos is better.
So he said the world's not ready for black James.
That's what he said.
What? No.
Yeah. When people are saying he should be the next one, I agree.
Yeah.
I would love to see him as the next James Bond. As long as it's not an American, it cannot be. You have to cast somebody from England.
The Englishman.
Yeah, for sure. Let me see here. So again, would you rather fight one horse-sized chicken or 100 chicken-sized horses? I don't know. I think I can kick
The small chicken.
all the horses. the size of chickens, I think I can kick 100 of them off of me. But I mean, basically, a horse-sized chicken is an ostrich.
Yeah.
I don't think I could fight off an ostrich. Yeah. I think I would rather fight 100 horse-sized, 100 chicken-sized horses. But that's just me. Anybody else wants to chime in, you can just put it wherever. Our WhatsApp line, 671-922-1051. Also, we're streaming on live, YouTube, right? And so we'll keep throwing it out there throughout the show here. Let me see what else we got, right? So we got an update on the tri-intersection. So the PDN got some updates and got some quotes from the deputy director of DPW. So that's really cool.
Okay.
Looks like they have officially announced that they are opening it up. That's Siegel Avenue. However, you can only make a right turn onto Route 8.
Oh, okay.
Right? And you can only turn right from Route 16. So, I don't know. I feel like people aren't going to follow that rule, and people are going to find ways to make a left turn from 8 to turn in there. People are going to go straight at any opportunity they can to go straight from Route 10 into Route 8. You know? So, I don't know if that's, I mean, you could say no turn, you know, no left turn, but I don't think that that's going to work. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's plenty of signs that says no U-turn, and people still U-turn.
Yeah.
And unless you're watching it, you're going to have quite a few people just from Route 10 drive straight on in to Siegel Avenue. But the other good news is they're opening up. I'm so glad they are. They're opening up the other side by the post office.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Okay.
So according to the PDN in this article, and they got the quote from the deputy director of DPW, Linda Ibanez, that there's going to be three new areas. And so I don't ever remember being able to enter or exit from the Barrigada post office area, but that makes total sense. There's an intersection right there.
Really?
Now, they didn't give you an update on whether you can turn left from there, but you can already, right? That traffic light allows you to turn left from the Barrigada post office,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So, I mean, all the oncoming traffic stops so you can make a left turn from the post office. So as long as you can find a way, which it's not hard. I mean, there's like almost all of that fence line has fallen to the ground anyways. And then you just extend that road to where the intersection is. And you can be able to use that road to enter or exit Tizen. That's going to open up a whole lot, especially when, you know, the hope is that Tizen High opens up, right? I didn't watch the board meeting that took place at 1 p.m. today.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of concerns regarding the school and what do we do now. I saw change.org going around that was being circulated, basically saying that double session is the best alternative when you consider all the alternatives, because one of the choices is redistricting. And so quite a few students are saying, no, don't redistrict us. We would much rather double session. And the reason why they don't want to redistrict is you're basically ending their school community by redistricting. That would be the end of it. You redistrict, now they become, you can say permanent or you can say temporary or not, but really you're not. Once they redistrict you and they send you off to GW or they send you off to John F. Kennedy, you're now part of that community. And maybe they'll redistrict again when everything is all said and done, but to be honest with you, once they put you in another school, you've successfully transferred to that school. You can say, oh, I'm going to CL Taitano now, but that's only temporary. And then after CL Taitano, you go to another school, PC Lujan Elementary. Well, at the time, you were part of that community, CL Taitano. And now you're not, and now you're over at PC Lujan. So that essentially is what redistricting is. You would no longer be part of Tizen High. You would be wherever they redistrict you to. You're going to the classes, you're taking the courses, you're riding the bus, and you're going to GW.
or you're going to John F. Kennedy, or you're going to Ukadu. And then when things kind of settle down or stabilize for you, if it's over at, if Simon Sanchez finally gets built, or Teason High somewhere down the line gets its plumbing fixed and its electrical wiring fixed, then they can start sending you back. But, I mean, from what I was seeing, and it's just optics that I don't have, I just have a sample size of people and students that have said, if these are the choices that are in front of us, then we would much rather just do the double session, because the double session doesn't permanently remove us from our schools. It's temporary. There's also another option, too, that I heard, and this is just all through conversations. This isn't, again, I don't have the update. I wasn't listening to the board meeting at 1 p.m. But what we did get yesterday was that's not going to be on the table.
I was going to say.
Yeah. GDOE did put out the release saying we are aware of this petition going around, and just so you know, we're not going to be talking about redistricting. So, just want to make sure that gets put out there. I need to find Damon's release here. There were quite a few over the weekend. No school closure, no operations to continue. Okay, that's somewhat old. I saw it came in before yesterday's wave, right? They're redistricting not on Monday's board meeting. GDOE would like to clarify the scope of the agenda in response to community interest and planned attendance. Contrary to some reports circulating among students and families, redistricting is not on the agenda for Monday's meeting, and no voter action on redistricting will be taken. At Monday's meeting, GDOE leadership will present the board with a report on options being explored to address ongoing challenges related to teacher shortages, adult supervision and support, and student busing and transportation. The options prepared by high school principals on August 20th will be presented to the Guam Education Board. GDOE Superintendent Dr. Judy Wampat said, my first priority is getting our students back into the classroom sooner rather than later. Every day of instruction matters, and we are working diligently to prevent any further loss of instructional time while ensuring our schools are safe and ready for students and staff. So, what the students were saying when they were passing and circulating this petition was, while you get season high ready, we would, if you present any options to us, the option that we're saying would be beneficial to us is double session, not redistricting. They don't want the redistricting, right? There's another. There's what is it when it's when you go to school every other day.
Oh.
They did this during COVID, when there was a group that went to school on one day, and then a second group went to school on the following day, and you just rotated. Right? So let's just say Teason High goes to school on Monday, Wednesday, Friday for this week. Simon Sanchez goes to school Tuesday, Thursday. And then the following week, they just rotate. But that's only if Teason High opens up.
Yeah, you still need the location.
Right, you still need it. Or if Teason High doesn't open up, and again, we got to get students back in class sooner than later, they do that over at GW. They do that over at JFK, or they do that over at Ukadu, right? And so, more students are going to be affected, no matter what option they go with. So, I know that they're not talking about redistricting, or they weren't, so they said they're not. But they are going to have to address what they do, especially if Teason High cannot be repaired in the next 2 to 3 months. And so what I was also hearing over the weekend too was that the plumbing over where Simon Sanchez was put, JP Torres, that's not new. The plumbing has been a problem in the facility that used to house JP Torres. Students were having issues with the sewage for at least 5 years, maybe further back, but at least 5 years. So, the plumbing is not a new issue, according to students that went there 5 years ago, saying, I'm not even surprised. I'm not surprised that plumbing is an issue. Where? Where the Simon Sanchez students are now? Oh, that used to be JP Torres. Oh, we know about it. The plumbing has been terrible there. So, I apologize for that. We are there. Yeah.
Okay.
Fire. Yeah, it's the fire alarm that goes on and off every now and then. So, if it's going over the air, that's what that is. I apologize.
So the students saying that about JP Torres. Because remember how
when it started to get on the news, right, about there's plumbing issues, sewage issues, they're like, that's not new.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, because just like Mr. Suba said, like would we have known about him if the Simon Sanchez didn't go there? You know, but it's like they just.
Well, JP Torres has been running that. It has been. That area has been utilized for JP Torres. And so they've been passing their health inspections. How?
Right, yeah.
How?
How? That's a good question.
If the sewage has been a problem. Again, not new. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, the good news is that the entrance, and not just for the schools, but all the government facilities that are in Tohge would be able to access Siegel Avenue. Again, the tri-intersection can be turned into like I wouldn't even say it's a quad intersection yet, because according to the PDN, DPW is saying it's limited. You can only turn right from Route 16 and turn right out of Siegel onto Route 8. So there's no going straight onto Route 10, and there's no going left onto 16. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can you picture it in your head? Yeah. So, again, how are you going to stop somebody from going straight? Are you going to put a barrier there? Are you going to watch it?
Right.
There's no traffic light. You can put up a sign that says no U-turn. They're still going to do it.
Yeah.
Heck, you put a solid line on Marine Corps Drive, the fattest solid line I've ever seen, the widest white line I've ever seen on a road on Marine Corps Drive near ITC intersection, and people still cross it.
Yeah.
Right? They're getting in. You know which one I'm talking about, the left turn to Route 14. So there's the widest line, solid line, doesn't break up, right? And we've all taken our driver's test before. You can't cross over solid lines. Only lines that are broken up. But we're all doing it. We're all turning in. Especially, why would I want to wait behind a car that there's a stop sign that allows people to turn left over to Lone Star and go to the behind GPO. Why would I want to be behind that if I don't want to turn there? So I'm going to merge left after that stop sign. And guess what? There's a solid line there, the fattest white line there that's telling all the drivers, don't merge in here anymore. You cannot. Well, who says I cannot? My cars can clearly merge there. I can make this merge safely. So, if you don't stop cars from going straight, they're going to go straight. You can put whatever sign you want. There are plenty places that used to have a U-turn sign, no U-turn sign, but they haven't been repaired since Mauar. They haven't been replaced since Mauar. There are plenty areas where we know there's no U-turn allowed, but there's no sign that says so. So people do it. And even if there is a sign, they're going to do it. Right? If you allow them to, they're going to do it. It was the same thing at Harmon Loop, where we know that the outside lane is a must-turn right into Harmon Loop, right? Yeah. And everybody was still going straight. Why? Because there's a lane that allows them to go straight. So what did they do? They put the barriers there, those plastic barriers. Yeah. And that stopped people. So is that what they're going to do? They're going to put these plastic barriers like they did over at the piano lane, over what was formerly known as Dead Man's Curve. Is that what they're going to do? They're going to put those plastic cones there to stop you from going straight. And then the other good news is that over by the post office will open up. And I don't know if that will allow you to go left. I hope so. You should be able to, because you can take a left from the post office. Right? And then I'm hearing Tohge, Kenyatta. We used to be able to go straight there. We used to be able to go into where that also was a four-way. But they closed the gate, right? Yeah. Open that gate up and you can go in and you can go over to East Sunset Boulevard or Magahaga Highway. So, again, according to that article, Linda Ibanez is saying that we can use those areas again, which I think is going to make, it'll be beneficial. Ken's on the line?
Yeah, we have to talk about the line.
Oh, okay, cool.
Can go for it.
Okay, Ken, you're on the air.
Hi. Speaking of signs,
yes, sir.
They can't even replace the stoplight.
Yeah.
And we got a lot missing in Jigo and Berido. So, there are more signs.
Right, there are some signs, too.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there are some stop signs there that it's so faded that you can't even see the red anymore.
So, I don't know what the problem is. They can't even replace the stop signs on the sidewalk that was broken during the typhoon. And it's still there. The stump is still in the middle of the sidewalk. So, I don't know what's going on, the government or public, I'm not too sure. This is just my,
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Ken. So I remember hearing a couple hearings on, what the status is on the, not just the street signs, but also the traffic lights. And the word that we were getting, I think even over a year ago, was we were waiting for the Federal Highway Division to cut the check, and it was just a matter of time. But 2 summers have gone by already, and we don't have new signs up. And I remember even Mayor Tavares was saying that DPW after Mauer was asking to use some of their inventory. So.
Yeah, but I don't understand why it's almost the end of the year and the problem is still not fixed. And there's a new administration coming in, and the problem is still the same. We're just all going in circles. Yeah. I guess we're trying to catch our tail.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I get tired of seeing the same old problem every day. I pass by these street lights, the signs, same old thing. All I can do is, I guess, I don't know. I really don't know what's going on.
I appreciate it, Ken. You're saying you're just as concerned as other people that have shared the same sentiment. But thank you, sir.
Well, I guess probably they're waiting for something big to happen before they can replace whatever.
I hope so.
Okay. I'm hoping that day doesn't come.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, Ken.
Thank you anyway.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, bye.
Dave's on the line. GDOE redistricting. What's up? You have an update?
Hi.
Update. You're on the air.
Hi, this is Dave. I just wanted to bring a different perspective about DOE and the redistricting comment.
Go for it.
So just a couple of things. Redistricting is always unpopular. We've been students before. We know that when we're at a school, we want to finish it. When we were at George Washington Junior High, they changed the name on us. When we were just about to graduate, all the students were up in arms. but they changed the name anyways, and we still survived. So that's okay. So redistricting, yes, I get it. It's emotional, especially for the students, and I get it, and I support that. At their level, they're absolutely right. But if you take a higher level look at all of this stuff, one of the major fixes must be redistricting because of the following reasons. The school population has significantly dropped. So you have a lot of schools that have a lot of students. You got some that have not so many students. Your teacher-to-student ratio is significantly different between schools depending on what grade level you're at. And so all of that can be balanced when the student population starts leveling off. And the only way you can do that is redistricting. So I offer that perspective in helping resolve the issue because redistricting will never, ever, ever be popular. But in order to fix a lot of the symptoms at DOE, redistricting will not only fix some of the student ratios, it may even come to the conclusion that given the current schools, you may not need to build another school. So the population of the students today and the potential growth, of course, mayors have to play, DPW has to play, parents have to play, teachers have to play in all of this discussion. But at the end of the day, everyone needs to look at it from a higher level, not from where their school is. Because if you look at it from the school perspective, they're always right. We don't want to change. We want to graduate from our school, and our school needs to stay. But when you start elevating yourself at the higher level, you're going to say, well, you know, maybe this school might not be needed because the ratios don't support it. And if we redistrict it, maybe we don't need a new school. We just need to redistrict the population. But who's going to, quote-unquote, suffer are the students that are going to get caught in between the redistricting approval if that's an option that they're going to look at. And as a planner, I can tell you, this stuff is not going to get fixed unless the distribution of the students gets looked at, along with the teacher-to-student ratio, where the shortages are by classes to include the special needs students. There's a lot of imbalance there. And so all of that needs to be looked at together and comprehensively, not just one piece at a time. So I just offer that perspective because what I'm hearing is that a lot of people are saying no to redistricting. I'd rather have double session. Okay, I get it. That's as a student and probably even as a teacher, I fully support trying to graduate with the school you started with. But if you're going to fix the problem, then you got to have a broader thought at a higher level to see what process fixes the most problems. And redistricting, from where I sit as a planner, on the surface, you got to dig a lot deeper. There's more variables associated with all this planning. But from redistricting purposes, it fixes the distribution of the schools. It reallocates the students per student ratio more proportionately, and other things that they are having problems with that I won't get into, but everybody seems to know about it. But it can be fixed with that one process being done properly and with all the key players playing, thinking of this process at the higher level, not at the school level. Because if you look at the school level, you'll never get there. That's what I see, and we need to look beyond that, and we need to look beyond the emotions, even though the emotions are legitimate, because I was there, I know how it feels, but we need to look beyond that to see what is best for the school system to fix the several problems that they have. And so I just offer that perspective as redistricting gets more discussed. And that's it. That's all I got to say.
Well, Dave, thank you so much. I mean, coming from a planner, that's, your point well taken. And I agree with so many things that you said. The issue that we're facing, too, is the political lip service that was given to so many people and promises, right? And so the promise is what they're holding them to. And so now I feel that for this island, they must fulfill that promise to at least build a school in Jigo at Simon Francis. Doesn't have to be extravagant. They can even come back and say, okay, let's look at the current plan, and maybe we have to go we have to minimize those plans and save some costs. But because of our leaders for 13 years now have been promising the residents of Chico, they're going to have to fulfill that promise. And redistricting at the same time can still happen as long as that school gets built.
Okay, and if the redistricting plan, again, done in good faith, allows for the school to be rebuilt, then so be it. And I get the promises, political or not, I get it. Okay, but at the end of the day, if they really do the evaluation properly and evaluate all the schools, then you will find that there is either going to be a need or not a need for the rebuild. Yeah. And what I can tell you as a planner, when done properly, it will surface itself. And whether it's promised or not, if the plan does not show that it's needed, then you should follow the plan. Because in all the promises that's being made, I have not heard anyone talk about the strategic plan revision for DOE. And that's the key part that people really need to start looking at on a reset. Okay? And so I get it, the promises, and if the plan is done properly and it still calls for the rebuild of the school, then let's go for it. But it probably does need to be a smaller school because the population is significantly lower now.
And
so
also,
I get it.
Yeah, and the same issue with Teason, right? I mean, that Teason High School was not supposed to be any school. It wasn't supposed to be Teason High. There was no plan. It was John F. Kennedy was put there as they rebuilt JFK, and we saw the protests that happened there too, right? And then after John F. Kennedy went back into its permanent campus, the community of Untalan Middle School went into Teason. And then they were saying, well, to solve some of our overpopulation, you know what we can do is we can redistrict them into a new school at Teason High. And so that was where then you had a whole community come together and even vote to decide who their mascot is going to be. And now you have all of that and how people are fighting real hard to keep the Teason High Titans remaining as one community. And so they're fighting really hard too, and we're facing the same rational and logical decisions that you're bringing up today.
Yeah, and so I'm not a politician, so I have no promises to offer, but I agree with you. If the initial plan was Teason to be a temporary holding area while schools get fixed at their regular villages, that plan has significantly shifted 180. So for whatever reason, does it need to be reset to be that turnover school? And instead of calling them Teason, when they get their school built somewhere else, that they can still have their mascot, they just got to go somewhere else to do it. Because remember, at the end of the day, when you graduate from the school, it's the school that you graduate, and that's what you remember, whether it's in Teason or GW or JFK or Southern High, Ukadu, etc. That's going to be the price always going to be there. I mean, I'm a proud graduate if I get a Johnston, okay? But my bulk of my time was at GW Junior High. So I just offer that. I don't know if the leadership will have the strength, or the people will have the strength to relook that concept for the betterment of the school system. Okay, and that's my point. If you look at it from a school perspective, then you're going to lose all the time because the emotion sets in, and they've been winning. Okay, not that they need to lose, but they've been winning their battles because of the emotion. So the real question is, what's better for DOE and the process? And if the process is to reset, then let's do it. Okay, but the leadership again has to follow up on that. Operations versus board, which is a policy. Operations is the key, and that's the superintendent, the deputy superintendent, and all those folks that need to plan that stuff so that when they present it to the board, they have a sound process. Because I worked DOG before, and so I've dealt with policy boards. And so the policy board is only as good as how the operations and the chief person in charge, in this case it was the president, presents the package in a comprehensive and inclusive manner. If it's not inclusive and comprehensive, then the board will always have problems with it because they will have too many questions that cannot be answered. So my focus is really on operations and the schools. I still don't understand why the schools don't have significant level of authority in this planning process. I think I'm seeing a shift in that now, but it's not as visible as I think it can be. But that's up to the leadership of DOE to make that known. But I can't, as a principal, if I were a principal at a school, I want to be able to make some decisions on how things are run, be able to budget my stuff, and request through the headquarters the money that I need to fix my school and to take care of my children. But I don't see that as well as I think it should be, because in every unit, then what's the principal for if they can't make management decisions for their school at that level? Okay? And then it's the middle management, the deputies that have to collect all of that and reprioritize it, because what might be important to, say, GW and what's important to Teasdale High at the higher level, it might be Ukudu that might need the money first because of all the wells that they have. So at the higher level, the priorities change because they now have to incorporate, 41 schools, 40 schools now versus when they're at the principal level, it's only one school they're concerned about. So I get it. It's complicated. And yes, we need strong leadership. And the process really should follow a plan, starting with the strategic plan, which I still have yet to hear at the operations level, how all of this can shift. What we're doing in a process like this, it usually takes a year or two to really get a strategic plan, a solid plan done with all the stakeholders. And we're trying to crash and burn this in a month. That's why we're having problems. And then the senator gets a bunch of calls. He can't solve it because he's a senator. The board gets a call. They can't solve it because they're the board. It's the operations and the school leadership that must come to bring the solutions forward. They're the only ones that can fix it properly. You can fire people all day long. You can fire the superintendent tomorrow. Okay, that doesn't fix the problem. Okay, because the issue below needs to first have time to resolve and plan and present something that makes sense to the board in a time that is appropriate. And I guarantee you 1 month is not appropriate for a redistricting plan. Or to shuffle students temporarily between schools, which I've also heard was an option, temporarily. And you're right. Temporary to us is 2-3 years. When it really should be 1 school year or less. 1 school year or less. That's temporary in my mind for school systems. So I just offer that option to broaden it and allow people to think not at the school level, but at the higher level, because when they sit at the higher level, like the superintendent or the deputy superintendent, the priorities will change. It has to, because every school's needs is different, and maybe if you thought you were number 1 in priority, you're actually number 25. And that's hard to swallow. I get it. But at some point, something's got to give and take. And they really need to look at the strategic plan to get the solutions out there so that people, one, understand it. They don't have to like it, but they need to understand the plan. And that's where the transparency comes in my mind. And then move forward on the timeline. That's the second piece, is the timeline always shifts. And it shifts from what I've seen because the decisions are always changing. Once you have a good plan and everybody buys in, then you move it forward and don't shift it as much. And then you'll be able to get some things done. But you can't do it in 2 months.
Very good.
And that's what people expect.
Thank you so much, Dave. I really appreciate this. And thank you for providing your insight as a planner.
Okay, thank you for my time.
Yeah,
appreciate
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Please call back. Dave providing his insight again as a planner on redistricting will help solve will assist with the betterment of the entire school system. Joe's on the line. He wants to talk also about JFK and redistricting. Off of Way 105, Joe.
Hey, Pauly, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So right now I'm a parent of 6 children, 4 adults and 2 minors left in the house. And two of those minors go to school at JFK. And they were getting mail on chat groups from all their friends and from their teachers about what's going on. Here's what really disappoints these students is they're in all of a sudden you're being told that you may be going back to double session. Now, the thing that I can't understand about our government is, what are they going to do with Chief Brody Elementary and LBJ? And people are going to say, well, there's not enough space. But if you ever went to Tumuning Elementary in the 80s, Tumuning Elementary used to have wooden classrooms outside of the main building back in the day. Simon Sanchez had wooden classrooms outside of the main building. JFK, same thing. So we have two schools that are not being used that are still standing, and before they were closed down, they passed their inspection. So why now can Steven and Sanchez, for now, go to one of those schools each instead of trying to do double sessions, and the kids are going to go back to a double session routine? And these kids are saying, you know, we already have to start early at JFK and get out early, and now we're going to do it even earlier like we did last year. It's just hard on these kids when we have two vacant schools not being used.
But Chief, both LBJ is clearly a whole lot smaller. That was for Head Start, a whole lot smaller than Chief Brody. And I don't think that you can fit either population in both. If you said, okay, Teason, some of you will go to LBJ and some of you will go to Chief Brody, I don't think you're going to fit the population. But also, unfortunately, I saw some photos and I got up from a senator. A senator said they were using Chief Brody as a dumping ground during the summer and also cannibalizing. And we heard that from Frank Leon Guerrero, who is the finance deputy director, that they were cannibalizing Chief Brody, removing air conditioners, HVAC systems, and moving them over to other school campuses. So it's clearly not ready to move in. Can they get it ready? They surely can, but I don't think that either one of those schools, maybe Science is Fun and Awesome could have fit in there, but neither one, not Teason, not Chief Brody, and you also have to retrofit it for bigger kids, especially the toilet bowls. That's what I remember from Eric Swanson, the former superintendent, saying that's the reason why they couldn't use it for a high school, let alone a middle school. They were worried about the tiny toilet bowls in the bathrooms. So there still needs to be some work that needs to happen. But the biggest equation is you're not going to fit Teason High students in Chief Brody. I mean, it looks pretty big from when you're looking at it from the outside, but when you're talking about 400 high school students, I don't think you're going to fit that many students. What is it, 150, 200 elementary school students that were at 20, and little ones, right?
Right, I understand. But my point on that was, you know, we can get these temporary buildings. You know, we can make temporary classrooms. I mean, right now in Guam, you see people living out of container homes that are prefabricated already. So you know, whatever happened to that apartment across from FB Leon Guerrero being retrofitted for the school?
Right. I'm asking the same question, yes.
Because I live near there, and yes, they were retrofitting that. They have people, contractors out there fixing it up, but I mean, we heard that was going to be another campus, I don't know, FB or Sanchez, temporarily, but we spent all this money, but we're not using it. So, you know, it's just so sad that, like, we went through this last year, and the year before, with the health inspections. You know, why do we wait? What did they do the entire summer that they couldn't prepare Season High for opening day? This is crazy. Between Simon Sanchez and our hospital, man, we need new government people. We need the right people in the right positions. Pauly, when are you going to run? See you later. Have a nice day.
Take care, Joe. 2:53 in the afternoon. We'll take the break. We haven't yet, and so this will probably get us real close to the top of the hour. So if I do peek in, it's just to say hello and give you the station ID. This is Wave 105. Thanks for hanging out with us. It's the BrightSide, 2:53 in the afternoon.
Need a
truck that works with farm as usual? Then head to Triple Bill Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event for a limited time. Score prices will be the cost and drive one of America's best-selling trucks for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped SLT. All backed by the same portability and innovation on the Ford Delivers. But don't wait, all stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford and up to Guam and get big deals and check online at TripleJFord.com. Triple J Ford, customers first. Introducing the all-new Subway Wrap. Now you can make any foot on the wrap. Light, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway Wraps make feeling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and fresh ingredients. Try the cheesy garlic steak wrap today. Subway, eat fresh, feel good.
I'm Fred Medallion Jr. The future of Guam security and prosperity will be challenged by social and economic conditions. From drug-related crimes to higher housing costs, gas prices, food prices, and decline in tourist arrivals impacting retail businesses. Our people will need leaders who are strong, visionary, disciplined, and have the best credentials to address these issues. I'm ready to get to work with your senator. I'm Fred Medallion Jr. and I approve this message.
Everyone has savings goals. Whatever you're saving for, Bank of Hawaii wants to help you reach more possible. That's why with our Bank of Hawaii 12-month CD special, you get a 3.4% annual percentage rate and a minimum deposit of $5,000 from another bank. Requires a Bank of Hawaii checking account with an opening deposit of $500. So reach your savings goals with our 12-month CD special.
Anything's possible.
Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. The terms and conditions go to BOH.com/CD special.
Regatta, get ready. The all-new Tohge Regatta is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Tohge Regatta grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Confident, Untitled and Ms, and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Untitled and Ms, and I approve this message.
Bassett and Ms offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Hats also offers factory, ceramic, flat down, and game-to-keep auto tinting. For more information, call 617-SLASH.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Desert Bureau.
Hello, I'm Fred Miguel, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for freedom, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Fred Miguel, and I approve this message.
We're tuning into the truly unconventional today to discover how a piece of military technology became a legendary Hollywood sound effect. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for August 24th.
Tuning your radio to celebrate International Strange Music Day introduces you to the theremin, the ghostly, hands-free instrument famous for scoring classic science fiction films. However, this haunting device wasn't actually engineered for art. In 1920, a young Soviet physicist named Lev Theremin accidentally stumbled upon the musical phenomenon while developing high-frequency proximity sensors for the Russian government. While researching gas density measurements, he noticed that moving his hands near the electromagnetic fields of his laboratory equipment dynamically altered the pitch of the radio frequencies. Recognizing the artistic potential, Theremin added a secondary volume hoop, transforming a classified piece of surveillance tech into the world's very first electronic musical instrument.
And if you've ever watched a science fiction movie, you know what it sounds like.
Yep, it's spooky. Terrible. Terrible. Look it up, everybody. Theremin.
We're also celebrating National Waffle Iron Day on National Peach Friday. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Pauly with the National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
All right, welcome back. I know we're not going to be on for a bit. We're going to jump in, and I'm going to jump right off for the AP News. But I do want to tease our next guests that are coming in from the University of Guam, and they are representing the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences. They have a program that focuses on life experience, and you can turn your life experience into college credits. So we're going to be talking to Jasmine and Naveah again of the University of Guam, College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences in just a bit. 3 o'clock on the dot, KGUM FM and Get It O Guam. Time for your AP News update right here on Wave 105.
News and everything. Wave 105.
Punches with an AP News Minute. The Premier of Canada's Manitoba Province, Bob Kenney, was urging Canada to keep fighting rather than rush to make concessions and trade talks with the U.S.
And he's telling Canadians not to buy U.S. alcohol if a trade deal results in it being put back on Canadian store shelves.
We don't like Donald Trump approach to trade or his way of treating Canada. You know, very wise people have said you can't get a good deal with a bad person. And I think that rule applies here.
Audio courtesy of CTV. Kenney says President Donald Trump is erratic, irresponsible, and not to be trusted. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney is trying to secure a deal with the U.S. that would avert threatened 50% U.S. tariffs. Canada's federal minister responsible for Canada-U.S. trade says his country and the U.S. are close to finalizing an agreement. I'm Donna Wooder.
More on this story at apnews.com. I'm Marcela Sanchez.
AP News for Friday, August 21st. I'm Ben Thomas. President Trump started his weekend in South Carolina, making a last-minute appeal for Senator Darlene Graham.
She only knows how to put America first.
Graham's the president's chosen candidate to replace her brother, the late Senator Lindsey Graham. Voters will decide Tuesday between her and Congressman Ralph Norman for the Republican nominee. Earlier, reporters asked the president about the national debt passing $40 trillion.
We have tremendous growth. And the way you take care of debt is with growth. And we have tremendous growth. We've never had growth like we have right now. The growth will take care of that very easily.
Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts says White House ballroom construction can keep going for now. Lower courts had ordered a halt, saying it must have congressional approval. The Trump administration has filed an emergency appeal. And in a Massachusetts court, the defense has rested its case in the murder trial of Lindsay Clancy, charged with strangling her 3 young children in 2023. Lisa Dwyer reports.
Lindsay Clancy's lawyer, Kevin Reddington, does not dispute that she killed her 3 children, but says she should not be held criminally responsible because she had postpartum psychosis, a rare mental illness linked to distress, sleep deprivation, and hormonal changes that follow childbirth. Prosecutors have attempted to show that while she was getting treatment, she wasn't suffering from psychosis. For a final witness, Clancy's lawyer called Dr. Philip Resnick, a forensic psychiatrist and expert in suicide, or the killing of a child by a parent. Resnick testified that Clancy
was frankly psychotic.
On the day that she killed her children and was not in control of her actions.
It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
Dr. Resnick also testified that Clancy suffered from altruistic suicide.
In doing what they believe is in the best interest of the children based on their belief and idea.
And this is Dwyer.
This is AP News. Fat Marmot Week's coming. Julie Walker explains.
Researchers say there wasn't enough snow to keep their burrows warm while they hibernated, causing many of the animals to freeze to death. Researcher Katie Adler.
Marmots are hibernators, which means that they spend half the year or even more in the ground, asleep essentially, and they use the summer to get really fat. So they spend that entire time eating. They're looking for predators at the same time, and we look at that trade-off. But they essentially need that time to get fat so that they can use that fat to survive over the winter.
To bolster awareness of what's happening, marmot researchers are launching an online contest for the public to vote for their favorite critter. Move over, Fat Bear Week. Fat Marmot Week begins Monday. I'm Julie Walker.
The latest through the weekend at APnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
Introducing the all-new Subway wrap. Now you can make any food on a wrap. Light, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway wraps make filling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and fresh ingredients. Try the cheesy garlic steak wrap today. Subway, eat fresh, feel good. Need a truck that works for Carter Heating? Then here's the AAA Ford's big wheels on big wheels trail together. 400 tons, still pricing below unit cost, and drives home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the Liberty XL, Pilot, STS, or well-equipped XLTs. All kinds of strength, capability, and innovation with Ford delivers. The best made all-stock West Coast. Visit AAA Ford in Upper Fremont. Or for free appeal, can shop online at AAA1.com. AAA Ford, customers first.
I'm Fred Medalli Jr. The future of Guam security and prosperity will be challenged by social and economic conditions. From drug-related crimes to higher housing costs, gas prices, food prices, and decline in tourist arrivals impacting retail businesses. Our people will need leaders who are strong, visionary, disciplined, and have the best credentials to address these issues. I'm ready to get to work as your senator. I'm Fred Medalli Jr. and I approve this message.
Detailing offers premier services from complete interior painting and VIP detailing. To keep you cool, Patch also offers factory, ceramic, glass valves, and basically auto tinting. For more information, call 647-FLASH.
Half a day, I'm Untitled and Ms, and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erso, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Helen Perez, and I approve this message.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win round-trip tickets to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and discover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitor Bureau.
Up a day. I'm Clint Ridgell, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Clint Ridgell, and I approve this message. Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges, mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face, and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at BobWoodruffFoundation.org/success.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident or was paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a time dependent service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia, who quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my Girl Scout graduation lessons, school band practice, swimming, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to plant flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams trying to Kenyans has cared together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit caring.org to see the many ways we can change lives.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
All right, now it's 3:09 on this Monday, August 24, 2026, and this is the BrightSide with Mr. Pauly, Suba, KGUMFM, Wave 105.1, the top of Guam, and we have some special guests from the University of Guam. We're streaming online at the Wave 105.1, the Wave105.com, on YouTube, Wave 105.1, FM Guam, and the Glimpses Radio app, 671-952-1051. 1052 is our studio line. Call us in. Thanks for tuning in, and this is the BrightSide.
All right, we do want to thank our sponsors, and that's GTA. We start with you. Triple J. It's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home a new Ford F-150. Starting at just $39,995, visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh. Chili's Grill and Bar. Chili's, more life, great food and memories happen here. And Micropack, heading off island, capture every moment with cameras and memory cards from Micropack. Joining us now are friends from the University of Guam, College and Social Science. And they're going to share with us some details of this UOG College Credit for Lived Experience program, CCLE. And so I want to introduce Naveah and Jasmine.
Hello.
Thank you so much for making the trip from Manila. So it wasn't too bad?
No.
Okay, that's good. Before I do, we were doing this, we're doing this poll, Would You Rather. You played Would You Rather before, right?
Yes.
Would you rather fight one horse-sized chicken or 100 chicken-sized horses?
Chicken-sized horses.
Yeah?
Same.
I told you I could kick 100 horse-sized chickens. But I don't think I can handle a horse-sized chicken, that's for sure. Oh my goodness. Okay, so that's three to one. You leave behind. But let's talk about this program, and so how did it start? I mean, what's the premise of the College Credit for Lived Experience? Either one of you can tackle that.
I'll start off. So the College Credit for Lived Experience program is an exclusive program to the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences at the University of Guam. And it really just recognizes and acknowledges that everyone has different paths in life and their journey takes them down different roads. And, whether they started their education and had to take a break to focus on other priorities or they didn't have the opportunity to pursue higher education, the CCLE program is for any eligible individuals who are looking to supplement their professional experience with a degree. I'll let Jasmine, our advisement specialist, take that one.
So really, anybody can be eligible for the program. So here at the college, we recognize that we're trying to build professionals into their field. But that track is not made for just anybody. So we recognize the fact that people go straight into fields right after high school, whether life happens and they drop out of college, but they can become professionals without having to go through college. So this program allows us to recognize that the efforts that they're doing can be applicable towards a college degree.
And so what we're talking about are college degrees that revolve around liberal arts and social sciences, right? So this is in one area of UOG. So if maybe you're trying to get a degree over at the business side, that's not what we're talking about now, right?
No, it would just be for our 10 undergraduate bachelor's programs. That's anthropology, moral studies, communication and media, sociology, those kinds of courses.
Okay, so what about like people that volunteer to do some really good work in the community? Because I could see somebody signing up, there's a flyer available to do some work with an anthropologist or an archaeologist.
Yeah.
Maybe they did that for, I don't know, a summer or two.
Yeah, definitely. So the whole point of the program is to focus on what working professionals, militaries, volunteer work, as long as you're able to take your experience from whatever field you're from, relate it back to one of our majors. The whole portfolio process will capture what that looks like and how you articulate the skills that you've gained, and basically connect it back to one of the program learning outcomes to make sure that you fulfill it. Therefore, it'll go through the faculty review process, and then from there to the dean's approval. And then that's where they can
review process sounds scary.
Not as scary as the goal here is to make sure that we maintain the integrity of our programs, but also want to make sure that we're recognizing the work that people are already doing today that align best with what our college is teaching students in the classroom. So although it sounds scary, a very simple process where as long as you build that into your portfolio, capture all the work that you've been doing, and if you're not sure, come to our office. We're happy to help you walk you through that process, ask the deep questions, and then we can submit the portfolio for review. It's basically a bunch of faculty within that field that come together and make sure that it's hitting the program learning outcomes.
You keep talking about portfolio. Can you walk us through what that looks like? I have a surface level understanding of what a portfolio is, right? You're probably asking us to put together a little more than just a resume.
Yeah, definitely more than just a resume, but I mean anything from trainings, certificates, if you've been doing work for X amount of years, letters of recommendation, as well as job descriptions and job duties. Anything that will capture what you've been up to is kind of the key for you to explain that story to us. Tell us what that story looks like, and then have us document those skills. And then that's basically what the portfolio will encompass. So if you're going to tell us your volunteer experience, great. If you have supporting documents, even better, add that on. But we offer all of the details on the university website of what the program learning outcomes are. But you as the individual know how those pieces fit. And it's also my job as the academic advisor to come in and make sure that we can build deeper into that as well before submitting it.
The release also stated 30 credits, right? Up to 30 college credits. How can we get there? How can somebody that is listening now possibly acquire 30 credits? Not necessarily, maybe I'm not saying on the spot, but as they work with you, as they work through the whole process, right? How can they go from maybe, oh, this looks like 10, but let's continue to help you and find where you can get to 30 credits. And what does that look like? Does that look like before the end of the fall?
So it's going to vary case by case on the individual, right? So how long an individual has been working in their field, and then to what extent is that experience, right? So I don't want to say it's a one shoe fits all for everybody, but at the end of the day, how much are you willing to document on your portfolio to indicate that the college is willing to give out up to 30 credits? So it'll vary based off of an individual's experience, as well as what they want to document and provide on the portfolio.
Can somebody just walk in the third floor, right? That's where you guys are at, third floor. Use the elevator.
Yeah, use the elevator.
And you go to the third floor, and can they already start having this conversation even though they don't have a portfolio yet?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
We're already, ever since the press release was out, we are getting emails, we're getting phone calls, we're entertaining every question that comes in. We're scheduling meetings for people who want to just learn more. If what you're presenting doesn't seem like it aligns, I still want to meet with you because there's deeper things that people are doing in the workforce, whether it's leadership skills, training, certificates, cultural competency. that they might not know that they're doing, where just having a one-to-one conversation with our office can really help them figure out and shape how that might connect to one of our teenagers.
Because I'm also looking at their small studies program, and from lived experience, they know the culture, they speak the language. And so maybe that's not even something that they've done in a workplace, but they're fluent in Samoan. And so how does somebody like that create a portfolio if they can't connect it to work?
So just the experience alone, right? So we have all those cultural groups on the island. We have people who are doing things within the community. It's all about documentation, whether it's existing right now or whether they have to create it themselves. It's about documenting it and providing it to us. That's the best way for us to start off for somebody who doesn't have anything. But initial step, call our office, talk to us. We definitely want to help every single person get into the program or just learn about it, because if maybe not a right fit for them, maybe for a cousin, a relative, a niece, a nephew. So it's a great program to be a part of, especially for like our tomorrow teachers out there. This is a great way to tie it back into our tomorrow studies for education program as well.
Do letters of recommendation, like, I don't know, maybe from a mayor help? Yeah, we'll take everything.
Well, we'll take everything in terms of, like, documents,
so we know Senor Joe, and he's part of this community, and he shows up, and he provides these classes that he's been volunteering for 20 years, right? Or somebody that puts together the Hutnu, right? Down in Imalahan for 40 years.
Yeah, those are the exact people this program is made for.
It's exciting, right? It's very exciting. I know Tom was on our YouTube saying that he's going to enroll real soon, and like you were sharing, you're already getting phone calls and whatnot, right? Is there like a limit to this?
Limit of how many people? How many people we're willing to take in. So we have the 10 programs. We have anthropology, we have tomorrow studies, communication and media, English, history, philosophy, political science, psychology, and sociology. And a good handful of those have little subtracts or concentrations that connect to it. So there's so many ways that people can benefit off of this program, so we're not going to turn away anybody who's interested in just learning more.
Right. What did man from Topeka, Kansas say? Something he just shared this with his friends, right? Man from Topeka, Kansas. Have you shared this with my friends back in Guam? Viva higher education.
Viva.
And they talk to me about, people that work, have day jobs, and they just never saw that this can be a reality to go to college and whatnot. You have classes that are after hours too, right?
We do have some classes that run after hours, and then we do have online classes as well. So we have online classes. We have 4 different types of hybrid, online synchronous, online synchronous, and online hybrid. So there's a lot of different opportunities. We're an all-year-round school, so Christmas breaks and summers are also available for individuals who want to take it maybe at a little bit of a slower pace to balance the workload.
I'm thinking of government employees, firefighters, police officers. It can be very tough to get away.
Yeah, definitely. So those online programs and courses will definitely be a better fit for them.
All right, and then what about fees?
Fees.
Yeah.
So for the program itself, there are no fees associated with it. However, you do need to be a University of Guam student. So we do encourage you to apply to the University of Guam so that we know which program you're applying for under our college. That'll help us better align the faculty to the program and the portfolio. So there is a fee for the university for students to apply. For students who are once a university student and returning, there's only a re-entry process with 0 fees for them. But if you're just interested in building a portfolio now, seeing what the steps are, you're always welcome to come by my office, and then we can work on something now and then apply to you when you're ready.
Okay, so you don't even have to start applying to be a UOG student to even get into your office and have these conversations. Right. Okay. And so understanding that school has already started like last week, right?
Yes.
And so you have this open, there's no limit to how many people you'll accept, but what's the time frame? When does this program close? before you can expect somebody coming in and asking these questions?
So the university has its own deadlines for application. We tend to, right now they did extend it to the 25th, the 20th this Friday. So they did extend it to the 28th? Yes, okay. The 28th, and so students who are interested and kind of maybe already have all of these documented stuff, they're welcome to start applying to the university now, and then we can also help with that process with them. On the application and getting all the checklists taken care of, and then start processing their portfolio.
This is a standalone initiative, right? It's not connected to grant money or anything. The only reason why I ask is what happens if they don't get in time, but maybe they get their portfolio and they're working with you, but they did it in low on time, and maybe they want to go in the spring.
That's a great question, Pauly. I don't believe it is. I will double check, but I don't believe the program is grant-wide.
Right.
I do believe it's coming out of just the college itself.
Okay, because you might find some people that are going to, this is a small timeline, right? And again, I'm thinking of firefighters, police officers, those that are working 8 to 5, they're going to try their very best to get into your office and speak with you.
Okay.
But sometimes the pressure gets the best of us, right? And so I'm just excited that this program exists. I know that this has been in the talks for a while, right? And so this is something that other communities do, but it's fairly new for us, right? I don't think, has UOG done something like this before?
I'm not too sure. I'm fairly new to the college here on the academic side, so I'm new to the academic side, but I've been with the university, so I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. And I would have only assumed Naveah was at UOG forever if I hadn't seen her on TV. But I recently saw Naveah on TV, so you're fairly new as well then.
Yes, I am.
All right. The only thing that I wanted to ask then is, we kind of already went through the steps, but again, if we're interested in the CCLE today, we have a phone number. I saw it on the flyer, but if you can just remind me again.
Yeah, definitely. So it's 671-735-2855, and I just received confirmation from our team that it is not currently connected.
Okay.
And that the applications can be coming in on a rolling basis.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's being approved.
Yes.
Right. Shout out to all they're listening. All right, 671-735-2855. I think I'm good unless we have somebody on the Julie, are we good? Okay, I thought somebody was calling in. Again, this is perfect for those that have been really thinking about going back to college, or have always thought that college was not possible for them, but have been doing really good work in the community, right? And just remind me again, anthropology, general studies.
Communications and media, communications and media, history, philosophy, fine arts. The fine arts program encompasses music, art, theater, political science, psychology, and sociology.
Those are so many pathways into career, to a very successful career in the community, right? Yeah, so again, for more information, 671-735-2855. You guys are on the Marine Lab side, right?
Yes. Right across the School of Engineering.
There, that's even better. That's a better landmark there. Okay, and then Jasmine and Naveah will be more than happy to help, right? Hours of operation, 8 to 5?
8 to 5, yes.
All right, well, thanks for coming in. Hopefully you don't have to go. Dean Cruz said that it's okay, you can go straight home from here. It's a long drive back to by the time you park, it's 4:50 anyways. So we drive 20 miles per hour. We want to be safe, right? Thanks so much for coming in. I really appreciate this. We'll continue to share again. You guys are taking for this school year, right? Till the 28th. But like Dean Krieger said, it's ongoing.
Yeah, so if they wanted to apply to the university, it's open until the 28th.
Yeah.
However, if you want wanted to just get your portfolio in and sit down with our office to figure out how this program fits for you, you're welcome to come at any time past that or.
Right. That would be a good time though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are available.
One stone,
right.
ready for your waiting.
Did I miss anything? I just want to make sure I covered all of it before you take that long drive to New York. That will probably take until 4:50.
No, I think we covered it all. We're
Yeah.
really out here looking for the working professionals, the military, the veterans, individuals who started school, had life happen to them, and they're ready to come back. Anybody who just does experience out there in the community and wants to see if they can apply to one of our 10 majors.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming in. And I'm just joking. They're very productive. They're getting ready back to work. Okay? They're going to get there in 15 minutes. We'll take the break. Once again, thanks to the University of Guam, College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences for coming in, and most especially for putting together the College Credit for Lived Experience program, which is designed for so many people here in Guam. So we appreciate Naveah, Jasmine. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Not 5, it's 3:29 in the afternoon. We'll take the break. This is Wave 105.
Your daily dose of island influence. Wave 105. Advances in your radio station.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels Shelter Deck for limited time. Score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. From the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XL2. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation of the Ford Innovators. But don't wait, all stock must go. Get the Triple J Ford in less than a month. And get free approved and shop online at TripleJFord.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go, re-delivered. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
I'm Fred Medallion Jr. The future of Guam security and prosperity will be challenged by social and economic conditions. From drug-related crimes to higher housing costs, gas prices, food prices, and the decline in tourist arrivals impacting retail businesses. Our people will need leaders who are strong, visionary, disciplined, and have the best credentials to address these issues. I'm ready to get to work as your senator. I'm Fred Medallion Jr., and I approve this message.
Absolutely Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. To keep you cool, Hats also offers factory, ceramic, blackout, and face-to-proof auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAP.
Uncle Dave, I'm Clint Rajab, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Chris Rajab, and I approve this message.
Everyone has savings goals. Whatever you're saving for, Bank of Hawaii wants to help you reach your possible. That's why with our Bank of Hana 12-month CD special, you can earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a minimum deposit of $5,000 from Apple Bank. Requires a Bank of Hana checking account with an opening deposit of $500. So reach your savings goals with our 12-month CD special.
Anything's possible.
Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. For terms and conditions, go to BH.com/CD special.
Get ready. The all-new Talk to Us Hagaya is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Talk to Us Hagaya grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Half a day, I'm Pauly and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perry and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Tohge, and I approve this message.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality,
creativity, and a passion for entertaining? We want to hear from you. The media experience level which gives you an opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@voicesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Voices of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
We're tuning into the truly unconventional today to discover how a piece of military technology became a legendary Hollywood sound effect. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for August 24th.
Tuning your radio to celebrate International Strange Music Day introduces you to the theremin, the ghostly, hands-free instrument famous for scoring classic science fiction films. However, this haunting device wasn't actually engineered for art. In 1920, a young Soviet physicist named Lev Theremin accidentally stumbled upon the musical phenomenon while developing high-frequency proximity sensors for the Russian government. While researching gas density measurements, he noticed that moving his hands near the electromagnetic fields of his laboratory equipment dynamically altered the pitch of the radio frequencies. Recognizing the artistic potential, Theremin added a secondary volume hoop, transforming a classified piece of surveillance tech into the world's very first electronic musical instrument.
And if you've ever watched a science fiction movie, you know what it sounds like.
Yep, it's spooky. Terrible. Terrible. Look it up, everybody. Theremin.
We're also celebrating National Rockaway Day and National Peach Pie Day. Hi, Jasmine Anderson.
I'm Ronald Anderson with the National Day calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Ms. Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
I'm trying to help you move forward on this Monday afternoon. Thanks to Guam Autospot. I also want to look at the Guam Transportation Program website at guamtransportationprogram.com as they give us updates on the construction that's happening on the roadways all the way till the end of this week. And so, again, from August 24th through the 29th, they continue to do they continue to maintain or put together the loop sensor installation and striping, and also marker installation over at the Cortland Torres and Route 10 intersection, as well as the loop sensor installation at the Route 4 and Route 10 intersection in San Paulo. And then you have the striping and marker installation at the Route 10 and Route 32 intersection. Once again, this is Monday through Saturday. There's no work scheduled on Sunday. And watch out for those still plates, too, on Route 16 by the post office. It goes all the way across. So it doesn't matter if you're headed to the Tri-intersection or headed to the Bandagata post office on Route 16. You're going to hit those still plates, so just be very aware of those as you drive through there. When I look at my handy-dandy glimpses media traffic ads, things are just moderate as you get through that area. And then also, currently a Tri-intersection, right, making that left turn out to Route 10, there still are some students crossing the street. It shouldn't be too bad, but always be aware and cautious as you drive in that area around 3:30, I would say from 3:15 to about 3:45. Always be aware that you're going to get some students crossing the street using the crosswalk, but also just kind of lingering around in the area. So just be aware of that. Other than that, I don't see too many issues throughout Route 10 heading towards Manila. Once again, helping you move forward on this Monday afternoon. That's Guam Auto Spot. Here's the number, 478-AUTO, and check out their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. $3:39 in the afternoon. Thanks for hanging out with us. Be that Lunas. It's Monday. Over the weekend, or actually it was Friday going into Saturday, there was a notice from the National Weather Service, right? And they were basically providing updates about Typhoon Sidel. Obviously, it's not affecting us. However, there was this release that you don't hear very often. It was affecting, Typhoon Sidel was affecting the northern islands of the CNMI, right? And there's one section here that talked about where Typhoon Sidel was on Friday afternoon and how it was moving northwest at 13 miles per hour with maximum sustained winds at 100 miles per hour and gusts to 130, that's pretty serious. That's pretty concerning, right? Especially if it's coming in your direction. And so it said it is expected, the National Weather Service release said that it's expected to maintain the trajectory until after it makes landfall over Agrihen and then slightly accelerate away through Sunday. Sidel is expected to further intensify the next few days, likely to become a Category 3. The next paragraph is something that you don't hear very often. It's 2026. However, because of where this typhoon was heading to and making landfall in places like Alamagan, Pauly, and Agrihen, it made this statement. Residents of Alamagan, Pauly, and Agrihen, which are very few people, they should remain in a protective shelter or inside a cave. Yeah, because that's very realistic if you live in Alamagan, Pauly, or Agrihen. There's very, very few sturdy structures. I don't think there's one that's even concrete.
It's just like the map.
Yes.
Like it don't really live in it.
Yeah. You are basically the groundskeeper or you are the protector of the land. Mm. So they're doing a very important job. Their role there is extremely important, right? And so families go there and they're literally protecting the land, overseeing the land, right? And they switch out some of these people too, right? And allow another group of men or sometimes women. I don't have all the details, but They're staying there in substandard living. And they signed up for this. They are very aware. And some even consider it a blessing to be chosen and to be part and to do this, to live off this land and be the caretakers of the land. But that definitely got my attention when it said remain in a protective shelter or inside a cave. That's very realistic, right? That you're going to probably more than likely find better shelter in a cave than any shelter that was put together in any of these 3 islands. So, it's 2026 and the National Weather Service Tohge and Guam office made that very real statement. And so, you know, it was interesting, but also it kind of, it puts things in perspective for us here, right? Because we think about, oh, look at the technology and look how advanced we've gotten, you know, in the last 50 years. Since liberation, too, the last 80 years. Look how advanced we've gotten. But the Marianas is such a special place. And Guam is just one island of the Marianas, right? Yeah. And sometimes obviously, there are 2 different jurisdictions and 2 different governments, right? And history has also divided us from our brothers and sisters in the CNMI. But that doesn't mean that we are not the same people. And we're really only divided by ocean, right? But even surface level, we're divided by an ocean. But when you think about it deeper, that the ocean actually connects us, because that's how we were going, traveling back and forth, visiting each other. And so when I look at it like that, it's a very beautiful thing. Which, you know, unfortunately, the way that we are governed does separate us. And sometimes I can't even wrap my head around some things that are pretty rational, pretty logical when it comes to, you know, there's no real wall that separates us from our brothers and sisters in the CNMI. There's definitely no underwater wall that separates us. However, the federal government has deemed so when it comes to seabed mining. And whether or not our own governor and our own leaders here in Guam have a say when it comes to deep sea mining that's about less than 50 miles away from us, saying that that's not going to affect us, so therefore we really don't have a say. We really don't, they don't need to take what, to consider what our own governor and our own people and the thousands of letters that were written against deep sea mining, that BOEM, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, can just say, well, it's not going to affect Guam's coastal waters or its natural resources. And so we're only going to deal with the CNMI government, if that too. And so it divides us, because a lot of ways too we should be supporting each other. Just like RICRA, right? I mean, you know, Robert Celestio has been fighting hard to get Guam in RICA, and there is a new bill that would do that, that would finally allow Guam to be part of it. But our brothers and sisters in Saipan are not, or in all of CNMI are not. And yet, Rhoda's only about 50 miles away. And so if you're saying, and there's proof, there's evidence already, that even a president of the United States, George Bush, has said, yes, we acknowledge that there's evidence of all of the nuclear testing, all of that debris has made its way to Guam. So it just went around the CNMI. It only went to Guam. But again, because we govern separately, that they have to speak for themselves and we have to speak for ourselves. Or they can omit us. And only work with them. So, regarding deep sea mining and mineral exploration, about 35.5 million acres east of the CNMI will be looked at, can be looked at to mine. And there's no guarantee that they're going to mine, but this is the area that they are now looking at. And so, with its closest point roughly 127 miles from Guam, and then about 33.6 million acres west of the CNMI, which comes as close as 46 miles from Guam, BOEM could issue up to 6 leases, 3 east and 3 west. So when you combine all of that, that's roughly 69 million acres of seabed potentially available for leasing. And these leases will not immediately authorize the commercial seabed mining. Leaseholders would only be allowed to conduct preliminary exploration, including mapping the ocean floor, geological and geophysical surveys, and collecting limited seabed samples to determine what mineral resources may be present. If a company eventually wants to actually mine the seabed, then it would submit another plan to BOEM and then undergo a separate environmental review. And so BOEM now has issued what they're calling a negative determination. That means the agency reviewed the proposed leasing activities and determined that it does not expect the preliminary exploration to affect Guam's coastal zone, including its coastal land, waters, and natural resources. And that's basically saying you won't be negatively affected. Not your coastal land, not your water, and not your natural resources. And so, nothing to see here, but without more research, without understanding even more, I mean, when you just simplify it to where you're saying, where's the coastal waters at? Less than 50 miles away from us? Prove that it's not. And you can't, one way or another. You can't prove that it will, and you can't necessarily prove that it won't, not yet. And so, shouldn't you wait? Shouldn't you do more studies that also include Guam? That's the frustrating part. That's the sad part is, again, research, scientists, the facts, remember facts over feelings, show that this is one archipelago. So what if they're governed separately? That just because you govern separately, just because you have 2 different governors and 2 different congressmen, delegates to office, doesn't change the fact that you could affect the environment, especially when you're only about, 50 miles away from each other. So, pretty concerning. We could pivot, though. There's a number of other things, too, that I kind of wanted to touch on before we get to the break. I know Ed Untalan is also going to be calling in. He's the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, and so he should be calling in and talking to us about a voter initiative that's going to be happening as well. That I believe the Chamber of Commerce they've already begun. He's also going to be speaking to the chamber, I believe, this Wednesday. So he'll be having a conversation with us to discuss the voter initiative From Promises to Performance, which is a civic engagement effort designed to elevate voter awareness, strengthen public accountability, and encourage meaningful participation in the upcoming general election. And so that's not until November, but I know that we're going to start having our conversations even more so with the candidates for the delegate's office, with candidates for the legislature, and also for the governor. I do want to also reach out to those that are running for the Guam Education Board. There's only a few of them, too, because obviously that's pretty serious. What is the role of the Guam Education Board? Sometimes, we don't necessarily know as voters what their real role is. Sometimes we think, like, oh, okay, the school that my kids go to is dirty, and so I want this board member to go in there and tell the principal to clean it up. I'm tired of these dirty benches or these broken benches, and so that's the kind of board member that I want. And not to say that the board member can't do that, but sometimes we don't even know what their role is on a day-to-day basis. Is it to go in and go do inspections themselves of those classrooms? No, it's not. Not them specifically. Can they go look at schools and be like, yeah, we got to do something about this, and then bring it to the board meetings? Yes, but definitely not go. Where's the custodian? Why isn't this taken care of? Let me go talk to the principal, and just be walking into the principal's office? I don't think so. Says all of the grievances that have been documented. So, we're definitely going to be having those conversations as we get closer to November, right? There's a couple bills too that I wanted to touch on, and we'll get to that after Mr. Ed Untalan calls in, but sometime either in the 3 o'clock hour or the 4 o'clock hour, a bill on beach safety. And so it's to implement some flags. That shouldn't cost too much money. To be honest with you, I thought we were doing that already. Basically, a flag would go up and say this, like a red flag saying that the water's not safe, and so you shouldn't swim here. Those kind of flags, those kind of warnings. So I saw that bill is going to have its public hearing tomorrow. Also, a bill on commercial leases, allowing longer commercial leases on Chamorro Land Trust property when a business needs a longer lease to qualify for financing. So that's basically if you want to lease the Chamorro Land Trust property, and then you also want to get for commercial use, and you also want to go to the bank and ask for a loan, they're saying, well, how long is the lease? And so if your lease is only 20 years, they're going to want at least, the bank would want at least to know that you actually have this land for 30 years. They want it longer. And so that's basically what extend the lease agreement. I don't necessarily see an issue with that, but when we start getting into 40 years and 50-year leases on Chamorro Land Trust land, that means the board, the Samoa Land Trust Commission, is out of luck and can't utilize that land for something else for 50 years. That's the con to that. Like I said, I don't necessarily have an issue with it. That's why I do appreciate the public hearings, and we'll see. But when you're talking about a trust, a land trust that belongs to the people, that belongs to the Samoa Land Trust Commission, and you leased out land for 50 years, some people could see that as a problem, because then now you don't have oversight for it to be for 50. But at the same time, the bank may not be willing to give somebody a loan. And so how do you entice somebody to use that land or to apply for commercial lease for the Samoa Land Trust that ultimately takes their rent money and puts it into the trust to, at the end of the day, put more people in homes on these CLTC lands. Because that's the goal, right? That's the whole reason why it exists. Put people that have their land was taken unjustly and allow them to have land. If your land was taken from you here in Guam, you more than likely qualify. And so, if we're leasing out all of this land for 50 years, and, you know, I'm not saying that we're going to lease it all for 50 years, we might be, that what we think is helpful might actually be hurting. And again, like I said, I appreciate these public hearings because then we get to see all of these people come out and share the pros and cons of these bills. So, on the other side, like I said, we should be getting a phone call from the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Ed Untalan, on a voter initiative that the Chamber is championing, right? So we'll take the break and get to the AP News, and then we'll be waiting for that phone call. KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
You're listening to KGUM FM Wave 1. A proud Voices Media radio station.
News from Thomas. Construction teams continue on what comes to the White House ballroom, for now at least. Chief Justice John Roberts signed a temporary order as the Supreme Court considers the Trump administration's emergency appeal of lower court rulings. Those ordered a halt to the work because Trump didn't get congressional approval. Meanwhile, in Ohio,
Vice President J.D. Vance back in his hometown Friday, stumping for GOP candidates, touting Republican efforts on jobs, and reminding folks about his roots at a steel plant in Middletown, Ohio.
Well, Papa was a welder in this place for 40 years, and today his grandson stands here as the Vice President of these United States. It's an amazing thing.
Vance says he and President Trump are fighting for American-born workers while Democrats prefer foreigners.
Who do these Democrats put first? Everyone else. You know who the Trump administration puts first? Americans.
Vance aiming to boost GOP candidates ahead of the midterms and promote the administration's economic policies. The event's also coming as the VP plans to ramp up his travel schedule with more public events and fundraisers. I'm Julie Walker.
President Trump says he'll allow more beef imports into the country without higher tariffs for the next 90 days. He says it will be sold at 25% below current market rates, and that should help consumers. Rural state Republicans are criticizing the plan as harmful to U.S. ranchers. A Texas court slashed a $50 million judgment against InfoWars founder Alex Jones to about $6 million. The judgment was over Jones's false claims following the 2012 Sandy Hook school shooting a hoax. On Wall Street, stocks was higher, trimming losses from a shaky week. The Dow rose more than 517 points. That's about 1%. The S&P rose 0.4%, just its second gain since setting a new high 6 days ago. The Nasdaq also climbed 0.4%. This is AP News. In Britain, a legal judgment has gone against a group of celebrities, including a member of the royal family. Missy Knight has details.
Prince Harry and 6 others, including Elton John, have been ordered to pay £9.5 million, or $13 million,
to the publisher of Britain's Daily Mail. This follows their failed invasion of privacy case. Justice Matthew Nicklin announced the payment is due by August 28th. The payment is at the upper end of expectations. The group lost a High Court case in London last month, which alleged illegal phone hacking. The publisher denied the claims, and the court found a lack of evidence. The judgment comes as Harry and his family plan to move back to the UK. Harry's legal battles have strained his relationships with his family and the media.
The AP's Lizzie Knight reporting from London. Get more news at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com and powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then take the triple day Ford and take deals on the Big Bill sales event for limited time. School pricing below unit cost and drive home America's best-selling trucks for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the Ready XL, stylish STX, or weatherproof XLT. All that have a straight capability and innovation through 4 through-bits. So don't wait. All stars must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Fremont and get 3 through-bits online at TripleJFord.com.
I'm Daddy Jr. The future of Guam security and prosperity will be challenged by social and economic conditions. From drug-related crimes to higher housing costs, gas prices, food prices, and the decline in tourist arrivals impacting retail businesses. Our people will need leaders who are strong, visionary, disciplined, and have the best credentials to address these issues. I'm ready to get to work as your senator. I'm Daddy Jr. and I approve this message.
Offers premier services on complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. To keep you cool, Parts also offers batteries, ceramic, drop-down, and basic auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SMILE.
Hello, I'm Clint Ridgell, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Clint Ridgell, and I approve this message.
Today, Untitled Chapter, and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Untitled, and I approve this message.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodward. My family and I started the Bob Woodward Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodward Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face, and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve the housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodwardfoundation.org/success.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Garcia, who quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Garcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams canine companions have served together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canines.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
You hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children, being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our community, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved and giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis, and every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early-stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often, if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission to help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
Being talented is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect time. Skills First Hire announces some talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, still through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage because hiring managers who start with skills from 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at bearthecooperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Ms. Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
It's 4:10, and it's Monday. Welcome back to almost any of the work week. This is the BrightSide with Mr. Pauly Suba. Catch us on the Wave 105.com, on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam, and the Glimpses Radio Live. The studio line edition for your call, 671-922-1051-1052. Please call us so we can keep going in the conversation. Once again, this is the BrightSide with Mr. Pauly Suba. Thanks for tuning in.
There's a compilation of words written down on the board in my sleeve.
All right, welcome back. We do want to thank our sponsors, and that's Chili's Grill and Bar. Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. Triple J, it's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home a new Ford F-150. Starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Also, shout-outs to MicroPack from Bose to Sony and more. MicroPack, Guam's home for quality electronics. 671-922-1051. I know we should be getting a phone call from the chairman of the Guam Chamber of Commerce at Untalan. There's a voter initiative that they are putting on. The chamber is putting on, and so he wants to give us an update on how that is working out. And it's not just for the chamber, it's for the entire community, right? Also, I'm just looking at the roadways, seeing how we can help you out as well. Major delays on Route 1 as you pass you're going to creep up on Marine Corps Drive towards the Hagåtña Boat Basin. Things will slow down for you there. It does kind of clear up for you after the Chief Kapua intersection, whether you're taking Route 1 or also Route 8. Route 4 doesn't look too bad at all, going all the way up to Tohge and then also Talapago, looking at Route 4 and Route 10. That looks pretty decent all the way to the Tri intersection. And once you get to the Tri, it does look like that Seagull Avenue is going to open up for you. We don't have a time frame yet. There's no set date on when that's going to open up, but again, the PDN did an article and got the quote from the deputy director, Linda Ibanez, saying that yes, they plan on opening that up for those coming out of Siegel Avenue and making that right turn onto 8. You won't be able to go left, and you won't be able to go straight. If you're on Route 10, you're not going to be able to go straight into Siegel. Obviously, you can go left or right, but not straight. And then if you're on Route 16, you can make a right into Siegel. Because based on the article that I read, it's on the PDN. Unless they fixed it, unless they got an update, I don't know. I haven't looked at it since we started the show. They don't need to do any kind of configuration when it comes to the traffic signals, right? So the signals don't need to be adjusted to allow for traffic to come out of Siegel to either go straight or make a left. I guess they're just going to yield to traffic. You're on Siegel and you're going to be able to yield to traffic to make a right turn onto 8. Which to me is still better than nothing. But we had a planner, right? We had a planner calling in, and to be honest with you, if you're going to plan and open this up, I mean, it was a 4-way before, right? And then you also have over at Kenyatta, they're going to open up that gate sometime soon to allow you to utilize that area over there to get in and out to make your way to East Sunset Boulevard. And the best news out of all three is actually they'll open that section up by the post office. That's going to also help alleviate a lot of the traffic that's in Tohge, right? Just being able to come out of there. And I really do hope that they connect it to where, again, that's the one that makes the most sense. Because if they connect it correctly, that traffic light there already allows you to make a left turn onto 16. So that's some good news, though, regardless. I mean, even though it's not ideal to allow those on Siegel Avenue to just go straight, right? Because otherwise you're just going to have to go the old-fashioned way and use the traffic light over at the, Golden Sea restaurant that's across Golden Sea and make the left turn onto Route 8 and then head towards the tri-intersection. But at least it's going to help you make the right turn from Siegel Avenue to make a right turn onto 8. So it looks like we have Mr. Untalan, right? I think we're just trying to connect him to the board and get him over the air. But again, that's the Chamber of Commerce chairman that's going to be talking to us briefly. Other than that, like I said, there are a couple other bills that are going to get their public hearing tomorrow. Bill 305 is allowing longer commercial leases on Tomorrow Land Trust Commission property when a business needs a longer lease to qualify for financing. And so basically, imagine a business wants to build a project on CLTC land. And the business gets a 30-year loan, but then the bank is saying, you know what, we'll only finance this project if your land lease lasts at least 10 years longer than the loan. So if the CLTC lease isn't long enough, then the financing could fall through. And that's basically how I read that bill. That's Senator Joseph Augustine's bill. Then there's also Bill 320. It's the Family Dwelling Legalization Act of 2026. That's Senator Will Parkinson's bill. It does two things involving housing and commercial property, right? It would legalize certain homes and apartments already built on commercial land. And then it will also allow for mixed use. And that's something that I've heard. It creates a completely new zoning category, commercial mixed, or CM. And that's something, again, that I heard the deputy director of GURA talk about, right? Mixed zoning. The bill would create this commercial mixed zone, allowing both residential and commercial uses. Yeah?
Yeah, we have Catherine on Mr. Adam.
Oh,
okay. So we'll go for it.
All right. Hoppaday, Way 105.
Hoppaday, Pauly. This is Ed and Catherine.
Hoppaday, friends. Thanks for hanging out with us. I know Catherine and I have been communicating for the last week, and so we wanted to learn more about the voter initiative.
Okay. Well, how much time do we have?
I got until 6 p.m., sir, but with some commercial breaks. With some commercial breaks, so we can go.
You know, if you've been following the chamber and the op-eds and what Kat and I have been putting out, we've been heading towards this direction of, you know, accountability, transparency, et cetera. And we never hid the fact that that this is an important election. We at the chamber feel that we're at a crossroad where we have to prepare for when one sector of the economy starts to decline, and it will. We have to be ready with the other sectors that are right now underperforming, as you may. And so we don't have the luxury of just sitting and waiting for things to happen. If you've seen how COVID and the weaker yen and the weaker foreign exchange what it has really done to our economy, it's taken years. So if you consider that time frame needed, it'll take years for us to be able to prepare. And so we are putting together this initiative tied to the Chamber's 5-year plan that Ms. Catherine and our Vice Chairman are putting together called Project Prosperity. Well, that said, when we look at the voter turnout, you know, because prior to the primary election, it was always we were announcing voter registration, voter registration, voter registration. And so it became evident after the primary election that it's not a matter of getting people to register to vote. It's a matter of getting people out to vote.
Right.
So for the next 60 days, starting, and we're launching it this Wednesday, we have an initiative to, and we're going to be rolling out with a media campaign, with flyers, with discussions, to be able to get not only the businesses involved, but the community. Because really, when you get a 37% voter turnout, that either says people just can't make it to vote, and people just don't care. And so right now, the message is you need to care if you love Guam. You need to care if you want a good job. You need to care if you want to have a thriving economy. You need to care if you want to have a better cost of living. So this voter initiative is to be able to get out to everyone, to have the dialogue in our businesses, in the streets, etc., the families, where we can say, what do you want to see Guam like? What is it that you're looking for? What is it that you want? And because, I run into many people and they're like, oh man, the hotel industry is hurting bad. Absolutely. Oh, we've got a homeless crisis. Absolutely. Oh, we've got a drug crisis. Absolutely. So our question is, well, what do you want to see Guam? Our Project Prosperity for the Chamber is designed to where we think we want to see Guam 5 years from now. But going back to that voter initiative, we're going to be going out there. We're going to be having discussions with everyone. And really it's tied to the 5 pillars of where we think, we feel that everyone is going to agree with what the Guam Chamber is putting out, right? And so probably there's 5 pillars that we're going to be talking about over the next 60 days. And these 5 pillars are really built around the Chamber's Project Prosperity, around that. So what is it? Well, and I'll just give a shout out right now because we've got the Guam Contractors Association behind us. We've got the Guam Association of Realtors, the Guam Women's Chamber, the Chinese Chamber, the Korean Guam Travel Authority, the Japan Guam Travel Authority, the Guam Restaurant Association, GTTA, and there's a few more I can't even read from the logos. Well, there's a total of 11 of us, including the Chamber's GYP, because the GYP is the future, it's the young professionals, and the Guam Chamber itself. So let me tell you the 5 pillars that I think everyone is going to agree with. And I think even all our partners going into this collaborative effort are going to agree with. Number 1, good jobs and a stronger economy. I think everybody's going to agree with that. Right? Everybody wants a good job. Everyone, that's all we hear is say, well, how can I advance? How can I promote? I don't think you can go to any employer and they'll tell you, I don't want to pay people. They want to pay people. They want to pay them well. They want to keep them employed. And that's the desire. I've met a lot of business owners, I just want to keep my business going because I've hired all these people and their jobs at stake. So, we're going to be asking questions like, what will you do as a governor or what will you do as senator to create and keep good private sector jobs in Guam? Not fluff and stuff. We want concrete answers. How will you help create a business environment, create better paying jobs, and by when? So, the private sector is an engine, like given an opportunity with a good, strong economy, we can help build. But when things aren't going the way we feel, it's hard for people to invest. Here's priority number 2. And we've heard a lot about it. We've put out our discussions about accountability, about transparency. You've heard about everyone wanting a responsible government. So, priority number 2 is a government that works. I don't think anybody's going to, say, I don't believe in that. How can I get my permit faster? How can I get my property inspected quicker? Rather than having the government try to create obstacles, they help provide solutions so we can get more investments on this island. I'm talking to this person, this business, they want to invest millions. But the time it took to get permits was heartbreaking for them, but they're still pursuing because they live here. They want to make Guam a better place. So what are we going to ask the governors or potential governors and senators? Which everyday government service will you improve first and when? This is a hard question because there's many government services, but we have to prioritize. What's the highest priority versus the least priority, and how to get that funded, etc. $1.5 billion budget, that's a lot of spend, but are you getting the bang for your buck? And then here's something that's very important. It's called about transparency. What public measure will you show residents that it actually improves? Right? I mean, you drive around, you look at the parks, is it improving? You look at the empty hotels, is it improving? You look at the homelessness, is it improving? Thank goodness our hospital facility is we're seeing signs of improvement. But that's where we need to ask them. Well, how are you going to show me that my dollar, that you're spending my tax dollar effectively? I want to see improvements. I spoke to some folks in Saipan last week, and they were just, in a way, kind of, laughing at us and they're saying, man, their economy is suffering. They've had to go through an austerity program that, I don't think we would be able to survive here on Guam. But they were saying, their budget's going to go from $128 million to $98 million. It's a big drop. And they're saying, and the population of the CNMI has decreased, I understand, from like 43,000 down to 35,000. 35,000 people. So that's saying people are leaving because they're trying to find a better life. We're in a situation that if we don't act now, people will start to leave. And do we want that? We've heard of many people leaving. In fact, we spoke to some airline people saying over the last year, they've seen more one-way tickets out of Guam from local people than they've ever seen in their entire careers. So that says a lot, right? So we got a $1.5 billion budget for $170,000, stipend $98 million for $35,000. You do the math.
Right.
Something's not working right? But we understand that to be able to make shifts, to try to right size and improve the government, it's going to take time. That's why it's a 3 to 5 year project for us. You can't just turn the switch off and say, okay, government Guam, you're going to have to do this, you're going to do that, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. They're going to have to invest in technology. They're going to have to make sure that the people are trained and properly staffed, not just hiring, but properly staffed at the appropriate areas that are needed. So here's priority number 3. Prosperity beyond the build-up. We've been talking about this because that build-up is only going to last so long. And so we need to start now. You don't want to wait to see all of a sudden construction revenues start to decrease. And we'll give you some information if you come to our general membership meeting this Wednesday.
Okay.
But question to ask our elected leaders, how would today's military construction activities create lasting opportunities for Guam workers and businesses? You can easily flip it to the private sector, but the private sector, we're the ones creating the jobs. We're the ones hiring. What are you doing to be able to create this environment that create this opportunity? Going back to, the government that works, so every policy that we create for the government of Guam and every procedure behind it should be the premise of how will this help create jobs on this island? Will it help improve the process? Will it help improve and entice investors? Don't be caught up in, here's the box, you fit in it. No, you have to take that whole mentality that says, well, what can we do better to help improve businesses? Because it's about jobs. It's about our families. It's about, careers. It's about living on Guam. And here's one that's very important. How would you rebuild tourism and grow industries that bring money into Guam? That has to be a very pointed question because the entire tourism industry have been yelling and screaming. Right then, the pulse of the economy, there's barely a pulse. It's almost flatline. Here in Guam, we have a little bit of a pulse. Right now, I think we should be heading into ICU pretty soon if we don't start thinking about what we can do, right? So, priority number 4, Pauly.
Okay.
And I don't think anybody's...
I thought the tourism was 4. Tourism is part of 3 then.
Tourism is part of 3.
Got it. Okay.
How will you rebuild tourism and grow industry? So, you come to our general membership meeting, and we're going to have a flyer. Now, see, that's one of the things that we're going to do is we're going out there, and we're going to have these flyers for people.
Okay.
So to help stimulate conversation, to help stimulate thought, right? And to say, well, you're affecting my life. What your decisions that you make affects my life. It's not about, public policy. It affects many lives. Everything they do affects the lives of our residents and our people on the island. So, we ready for number 4?
Yes, sir. I'm ready for 4.
All right. Number 4, a place families can afford and thrive. Now, tell me, how many people have left Guam because they said they can't afford it?
Right.
When people go off island, we send kids to school off island, they're like, I don't know what type of opportunities back in Guam. You want to create a Guam where people can say, man, I love this place. I love our island. Because there's jobs, there's opportunities. I go back there, I see clean beaches, I see restored buildings, I see activity. So, here's the very serious questions related to this, right? And everyone has to ask all our political leaders this. What will you do first about housing, power, child care, transportation, health care, and or food costs? That's some serious questions, right? I mean, but, you know, it's not, well, we have so many plans in the government, we don't need any more plans. So when we get responses, oh, I want to set up a committee to understand what's going on and to plan for this, we don't need any more plans. We need action. We need the leaders that says, you know what, we're going to just dust this thing off. We're going to call people who know what the issues are, what reality is, and we're going to ask them, what do we need to do to get this thing done? First 100 days critical for any administration, any young senator coming in there. We want to know what they're going to do. Here's another one, a question. How will young people build careers and raise families on Guam? And that's a question they're like, okay, I'm going to have to sit and think about it. Well, you know, I want to help people build careers. Yeah, okay, we said that. But what are you going to do? We want very clear, targeted answers where we can start to see results. We want timelines. And that's what every one of the voters should be asking. So, you know, we had, 37% come out to vote. We want the other 63% to start asking the questions. Well, what about, how are you going to help me in my career? You know, I've got a little, restaurant, man. I'm trying to survive. There's a lot of people, a lot of young entrepreneurs who want to create a good life. They have some great ideas. The government needs to create policy that helps develop and create and build an environment that they can thrive on. That's what it is.
I agree. And I read your op-ed too, and I agree that, you know, the EPT 1%, one way or another, is not going to solve all of our issues. There needs to be more.
Yep. And you have to understand, Pauly, I mean, and this is where I'm hoping, you know, the general public can understand. First, I'm going to say it now, but I'm going to say it again. I wish many folks stop trying to villainize the business community. Because if you villainize us, you hurt. You know, we employ hundreds of people. You know, and so when we talk about the business community, we're talking about families, we're talking about jobs, we're talking about livelihoods. We're not just talking about the business community. Without the business community, you won't have all that. And the GRT is only good if you're able to generate a sale. If you're able to sell a T-shirt, if you're able to sell services. Otherwise, it's no good. So, does it help? I spoke to some folks last week, and they were very happy that, you know, and I don't want to say, I think the reduction in the GRT is a good indication that between the private and the public, the government and the private sector, and the policymakers, we can agree that there's a movement forward, right? But that 4% is critical, and this person said, look, that 1% is helping me reinvest into my company. That 1% is able to help me keep this one person employed. That 1% is now I'm able to fix my air conditioner, repaint my buildings, or fix the generator, etc. Or that 1%, if, again, it's only good when they sell things, right? So the 1% helps them to be able to figure out how to improve their services. But that's just one component. Right. There's so many components that we will lay out eventually when we come out with our Project Prosperity, our 5-year plan.
We got one more, right? We have one more.
Yes, one more. Yes. And this is important. Invest in Guam's future. Because we talk about this, we talk a lot. Now we got to put pen to paper. Now we got to have action, right? We got to go from promises to performance. So the question is, what will you improve first? This is what we're going to lay it out, and they have to think. In education, what will you improve first in workforce development? What will you improve first in infrastructure, in health, or public safety? And there are so many issues that are masked by the tremendous revenues generated by the construction industry. And we'll kind of talk a little bit about that on Wednesday.
Okay.
But people don't see what the underlying problems are, right? I mean, it's just like you're driving your car. As long as you got gas, you got oil, you're still going. But then when your engine light starts to flash, hey, you got to check out why is the engine light flashing. Our engine light's flashing. Mm-hmm. And we have to get to a level of accountability that we have to acknowledge that something is not, our cylinders aren't working. And we'll kind of touch on this thing a little bit where, we believe they're the chamber of a two-speed economy. We got the construction and everything else. Construction's going at 110 miles an hour. We're almost back to neutral, probably, on a lower gear, everything else. So, and then the other question is like, what will it cost? Who will deliver it? And when should residents see results? Well, you tell me, and this is what we should be asking all of these senators and potential gubernatorial candidates. We want to have these flyers so when they talk to them, it's okay, Mr. Governor, how would you rebuild tourism and grow industries that bring money to Guam? Oh, we want to develop a plan. Okay, no, I want to know the details. What is the plan? Because if you're running, you better have a plan. We don't expect you to run and then walk in and say, okay, let's spend the next 120 days, half the year of my administration or my tenure as a senator to develop a plan. You've already wasted time. We have a lot of plans. Now it's back to performance, man. So that's where this Project Prosperity is. That's what this voter initiative is we're trying to get people out there. We're trying to get people educated. And to have that dialogue, we did, if you look at the election results, the lowest turnouts are in the northern sections of our island, the most populated sections of the island. And this is where we need to focus in on, we have to have that discussion. So when you've got this coalition of all these nonprofit organizations, I think we're estimating that the total employment of all these organizations are probably around 60,000, 65,000 people, jobs that support families, that help pay for rent, that help pay for power, and all that stuff. And so we're trying to reach out to the number of them. When I think this is also historic that when we've got such a big coalition together, and we're not trying to, I think the 5 pillars that we've got, I think everybody's going to agree, yeah, I want good jobs, I want an efficient government, I want to look at something after the build-up and affordable living. How many times have we heard, man, it's so expensive on Guam. So expensive on Guam. And then when you have good jobs, and when you have a strong economy, this helps build strong families because then there's less stress on, oh man, how do I pay for this, how to pay for that. If you take the drugs off the street, it rebuilds strong families. If you help the homelessness, help them build a family. They got families, but help them build a life. You can put them in homes. That's great. But if I don't have things for them to be able to do it, of course, that's a deeper subject. But that's the whole thing is like, how can we make it affordable, which is going to lead to stronger families? And how can we invest in Guam's future? What are our elected leaders looking to do? And I've used up my 20 minutes. So I'm going to...
Well, I appreciate this. I appreciate this very much. I'm looking at the list too that you put together. The Guam Chamber has put together. How do you plan on unveiling it? Are you going to be using the media, social media, to push this out to the community? Especially when you mentioned that Gendo and Vigo, the voter turnout is extremely low, and so does that mean that you'll be in those communities and just presenting these flyers to them so that they can have more what is the word that I'm looking for? That they'd be more willing to reach out to those candidates that are campaigning?
You know, that's where we're starting out with pamphlets. Right?
Okay.
And so Catherine and her team, they're looking at to put together a media plan, etc.
Okay.
But we're first going to launch it on Wednesday by making this huge announcement. And, you know, we hope a lot of the media is going to be there as well, because this is our lives at stake.
At Hilton, right?
At the Hilton. And so, you know, we've got the pamphlets. And then when you've got 12 organizations and 60,000 possible employees, we want to use every one of those employees to have discussions with. And that's how we spread, you know, we begin to spread. Now, yes, we want to put, you know, we're trying to put together a media plan with social media, with print ads, with radio spots, like yourselves. You know, we're ready to do road shows, et cetera, to go out and start talking to people,
right.
And then to reach out there. We want to get our foot in the door with the malls, right, to be able to have teams go out there and talk to people. Let's have that conversation. Are you happy? Where do you want Guam to be? What would you like to see? Right? Mm-hmm. And you've had, you know, when the polls, I think I was just watching some of the polls on social media, the exit polls, and there's people talking about, well, you know, gosh, you know, I hope we could see the tourist return. Mm-hmm. Oh, man, I wish our beaches were clean. Mm-hmm. Oh, man, you know, our junk cars are all over the place. Things like that. Well, we got a lot of money being spent, and we want to be able to know, are we spending it effectively, efficiently, and productively?
I appreciate this very much. President, is there anything that you'd like to share?
Well, you know, Pauly, what we're hoping is that this discussion, that people that are listening to this right now, is going to really, you know, empower them. It's going to incentivize them. You know, when we have our dinners at the kitchen table, when we have our happy hours, when we go out and we're with our family members, all of these places where these discussions take place, we want to be a part of that discussion. We want people to ask these questions, and that hopefully will empower them to not be afraid to approach these candidates. These candidates want to speak to the community. They want to know what is on the community's mind. Let them know. And on top of that, after you get them to discuss how they're going to, you know, take that vote and use it while they're in office, we want people to actually go out and vote. We want those 57,000 people who are already registered from the northern villages and from all these demographics, you know, other ethnicities, all ages who are eligible to vote, to exercise that right, because this is your island. Everybody that's listening right now, this is your island, and you do have a say, and your vote matters, because if you take a look at the number, the numbers of votes for each candidate, they're by, 25 votes or, 400 votes. So that meant that if you actually went out to vote, you would have made a difference on one candidate, how they turned out in the election process. So that's what we're doing, Pauly. That's what we want to do. We want to empower, encourage all of these folks to say, this is my island. How are you going to take my vote and use it for the good of our island?
Well, one more thing, Pauly, I want to share, right? We know that going out on election day is so difficult. I mean, all the polls, you've got all the candidates taking out the polls, the traffic kind of backs up. And really, it's also on a Tuesday, and, people are working.
Yeah.
Right? And so it makes it very tough, because either I got to go during the morning before I come to work, or but I've got to go now to my village where I'm registered, or I got to go after work, and then it gets all bottlenecked and all that stuff because everybody's doing it. So our voter initiative is going to be really pushed to try to get people to do early voting. That's what we're trying to do, and we're still working on logistics and type of activities to try to figure out how to get people to the Western for early voting, and a lot of ideas are coming in as how to get people there. So reminding all the employees, we are legally bound to provide everyone 2 hours to be able to go vote, which is including early voting, right? As long as they come back, it's not a 2-hour lunch, but if you go and vote, you bring back your sticker, you're done. You did your you did your civic duty. Anyhow, I'll have Catherine close.
First of all, thank you so much, Pauly, for giving us the time and for having us, speak with your listeners. And everybody's vote counts. Everybody's, ideas and thoughts, are so important, right? And in order for us to be able to enjoy and want the quality of life that we all want for ourselves and for our families in the future, we need to make these really, really hard decisions right now. And that means just the easiest part is just going out to vote.
Yep.
Absolutely. I mean, when we see these numbers the way they are, just a small amount of our population is deciding the next 2 and ultimately next 4 years. And there's a lot riding on this election, right? And so I really appreciate how the Chamber organizing this, and you put together some very fine initiatives, 5 ones that they encompass what we're all feeling every day. So thank you very much for this public service.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us, because this is part of our not yet implemented strategy is to go out there and get on the horn as much as possible to be able to get this information out.
Right. Well, and I assume you're going to rank it, or is there a way where we can find out when the Chamber is asking these questions on the record? How will we know where some of these candidates stand unless we're asking them these direct questions ourselves?
Yeah, so I don't know if you attended that. Yes, you were. You were at the forum, Pauly. And so we did have a little bit of a scorecard.
Yes, I remember. Yeah. Are we doing it the same with these?
Yes, we'll also have people come, go out to consider, how they responded. And again, I think the most important part, though, Pauly, is that our the people that are registered to vote, they ask these questions, right? That they are heard, their voices are heard. I mean, it's one thing to have the Chamber's voice heard, but it's really the most important part is to have the constituents' voice heard. The people of Guam who reside here, who live here, who work here, who want to stay here. We don't want more of our people leaving to for another place. We want them to stay here.
So just to add to what Catherine was saying, is that we debated whether or not we're going to put a type of a scorecard and rank them, and we acknowledge that, that wasn't an easy task to be able to have independent people walk in there and then try to understand everything and rank them. So what we're doing is we felt it was important to remain as apolitical as possible and not try to choose a side. So this drive is an information drive. It's not a partisan campaign. What we will do after the forums, which we have October 1st is the Guam Young Professionals Democratic Forum. Yeah. October 7th is the Gubernatorial Forum. And then October 8th is the Republican Senatorial Forum. What we're going to do is we're going to have a bunch of questions, and we've kind of issued out the questions. We're not going to give these questions on advance, but they're going to be almost. If anybody's listening to what we've been asking or talking about, they're going to know what we're going to be honing in on. Right? But we're not going to get the questions out in advance, but what we're going to do is we're going to take all the responses and then we're going to provide it out to the public. Okay. This is how they responded. Are you happy? You make the choice. Because I believe, everyone wants a better Guam, even those who are running. I believe we all want a better Guam. However, the question is, how do we get there? Right? And so that's where we need to be able to get out to the public, explain the issues, and so that they can understand. And then they're going to compare. And then they will vote. And that's how, that's what we can do. And if we can target, what do you call it, 5,000 not new voters, but more voters to come out. That's a big jump. That's over almost 15% improvement of the primary. That's a huge number. Right. 5,000 could easily swing an election.
I really appreciate this once again, your education outreach on Project Prosperity. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to learn more. Obviously, we're going to learn even more on Wednesday.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yep. We gave you some good insight. So
surely
now I'm going to be able to limit my discussion to like 2 minutes versus.
Okay. All right. Looking forward to it, and then even more so as we get closer to the election. So thank you so very much for the opportunity once again.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Right. Take care, Pauly. Thank you.
4:54 in the afternoon. We're going to take this quick break. We're going to forego the AP News as well, yeah? And then we'll just do a quick traffic report, and then on the other side, we've got some more friends coming into the studio. This is Wave 105.
Stay sharp, stay curious, stay connected. 105. New York of Guam. Versus Media.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Boys Sales Event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive one of America's best selling trucks for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XR, Spiders, STLs, or whether it's SLTs. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation of only 4 coolivers. So don't lose. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford and help us tomorrow. Or get free filters online at triplejford.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Eat fresh and rinse the feel good. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh. I'm Fred Medallion Jr. The future of Guam security and prosperity will be challenged by social and economic conditions. From drug-related crimes to higher housing costs, gas prices, food prices, and the decline in tourism arrivals impacting retail businesses. Our people will need leaders who are strong, visionary, disciplined, and have the best credentials to address these issues. I'm ready to get to work as your senator. I'm Fred Medallion Jr. and I approve this message.
Offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. To keep you cool, Patch also offers factory, ceramic, glass out, and basic auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Everyone has savings goals. Whatever you're saving for, bank for what you want to help you reach your possible. That's why with our Bank Ohana 12-month CD special, you're getting 3.4% annual percentage yield with a minimum deposit of $5,000 for another bank. Requires a Bank Ohana checking account with an opening deposit of $500. So reach your savings goals with our 12-month CD special.
Anything's possible.
Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. The terms and conditions for the PNH for tax and CD special.
Half a day, I'm Karen Paris and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Paris and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Karen Paris and I approve this message.
Tohge, get ready. The all-new Tohge West Tohge is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Tohge West Tohge grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Explore, snack, and
buy round-trip tickets to Taiwan. Join the Guam photo hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitor Bureau.
So today, I'm Clint Virgil, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Clint Virgil, and I approve this message.
All right, we're going to help you move forward. Actually, it's Guam Auto Spot that's going to help you move forward. Check them out, 478 Auto, that's the number. And then also their inventory, you can check online, guamautоспot.com. Heavy congestion coming down Airport Road into Route 1. We know this already. And then coming up from Tumon over by Parza Water Park is congested trying to get over. We've got friends from Westcare that's here too, so I'm just looking at where they're at over by Hagana, East Hagana. I don't see so many issues yet. Her coworkers are probably getting off real soon if they haven't already. And so if they get a head start, they'll be fine all the way to the ITC intersection. Other than that, I'm looking at Route 8 is pretty congested. Ooh, Route 4 right now is heavily congested, either going down Chalampago to Sinahanya or back over to 10. Yeah, looking at that right now. Once again, helping you move forward on this Monday afternoon is Guam Auto Spot, KGUM FM in Digital Guam. We're going to transition because they have been waiting patiently, and I thank you so much for hanging out with us here on Wave 105, our friends from Tohge and also Westcare. And so, Rebecca, thank you so much. Dakota? Yes. And Dad, yes. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. You've got a lot going on for Recovery Month. Recovery Month is all of September.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and there's a 5K that starts before. That's this Saturday?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, right? And so a lot of the fundraising efforts go towards the recovery.
Yes,
Recovery Month?
Yes, it goes towards the Recovery Month activities that is actually scheduled. I believe there's like, we have a family picnic. Mm-hmm. And then there's a water day for recovery.
Bowling, softball tournament, picnic, yes. All very exciting. And so, Bev, how is Westcare part of the whole Recovery Month? Honestly, with Tohge is the work that you do with peer, the peer-to-peer assistance, your peer support, and then your Safe Drive Home is an excellent program that you've been doing all of August. You're going to continue to do it in September. And a lot of times, Westcare, Department of Public Health and Social Services, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, the judiciary, you're all helping a lot of times the same person, right? Right? And so I wanted to also give you the opportunity to share the importance of celebrating this entire month. Obviously, we support all year long.
Right. Thank you. So I'm here as a happy supporter and partner of Tohge, representing Westcare Pacific Islands because, as I mentioned before, it's a community effort. We are a small island. There are certain things that certain programs or agencies don't offer that another program or agency offers, so we truly do work together. So you mentioned all our partners, Public Health, Guam Behavioral, Salvation Army, and then us, of course. And the reason why we are so committed to helping Tohge is they've helped us in so many ways. I mentioned in the other interview that peer mentorship and peer support is an important and integral piece to anyone going through recovery. Anybody wanting to enter into treatment and making that decision. And we recognize that as an important part of that. And so they've partnered with us in so many programs. They provide transportation for some of the clients who don't have that. They're partnering with us with the reentry program, and they come in as a peer support and a case manager. So really recognizing that when someone's coming out of prison and they're going into reentry and they're homeless, they're at risk of homelessness, just meeting somebody like Rebecca, Dakota, Brian, that is comforting for them, because they've gone through that experience. And I feel that we do relate to each other when we meet somebody who's gone through that same experience. So we've leaned on Tohge a lot. And then with our sanctuary fund as well, they also provide that mentorship piece to our youth who are in the residential treatment program at sanctuary. So this was a way for us to really try to pay back and support them in what they're trying to do, because recovery, as you mentioned, it's not just September. It's all year. It's every single day. It's a struggle that everyone goes through. And it affects family, it affects children, it affects parents, it affects aunts, uncles, cousins, friends, everybody, and it affects the community. And I think by promoting this and raising awareness, then we're able to have these hard conversations, because addiction doesn't look like anything else, really. And there's a stigma attached to it. And I think that having this awareness...
Sorry for the inconvenience with that fire alarm, but we've been running those tests all day long.
That's totally
I apologize.
We're okay.
Nobody planned it.
Going on. What am I going to say next? But really, it's a way to raise that awareness so that we can start having those kinds of conversations, because it trickles down even to the kids. And if we're afraid to have that, or if we have a certain idea of what it looks like based on what we see in our community and what we see in movies, then we're never going to get to that point of having the conversations we need to and truly supporting someone who is in recovery, because it's a daily struggle. It's a daily thing.
What does it mean, Rebecca, to have these agencies and also just the people that have been working alongside you for the entire year come and support not just you, but the people that you lift up every day?
It's a process feeling, because honestly, it's tough, and it takes a community. It takes everybody to just help even just one person, and to have the support of Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness, New Beginnings, Salvation Army, Lighthouse Recovery Center, and of course Westcare, and to come together and promote recovery and recovery month. It's actually it's a great feeling, honestly. Like, this is something that they say it takes a village to raise one child.
Yeah. And so, do you have the details on the 2K, 5K? Because we want to continue to share that. I know over at the mall, right? They were selling the bids. Do you still have an opportunity?
Yes, of course. Okay. So we do. We have been distributing it out via WhatsApp, but then it's also on our Instagram page at Tohge Guam, and they can still register today all the way up until race day, and we will also have a registration table open up on race day as well.
Okay.
At Chamorro Village.
And this isn't your normal 2K, 5K either. You guys are doing it at Sunset.
Yes. So this is the second year, I believe, that we are doing a Sunset Run. We did one last year.
Okay.
Yes. And this year we are doing it again at, showtime is 4 p.m., go time is 5. And the direction that we will be running is we'll start at Chamorro Village and head over towards the Tohge office and back.
That's a beautiful run, right? I mean, the East Tagayan area, right?
Yeah.
And so, time's 4 p.m., go time's 5 p.m. The register $15, but what you've also done is you've allowed ages 17 and below to be free.
Yes, 17 and below are free, and there is a discount for groups of 4.
That's right, $50, right?
Yes.
So if you get your you and 3 friends, it's only $50. But what about on race day?
It's the same.
It'll be the same.
Yes.
Wow.
There
Really,
is
really thoughtful. Because usually the price goes up.
Yes, usually it goes up, but this year, I believe every year it has not gone up.
Right.
So it'll still be the same price, and it's about family, and it's about our community, and it's about everybody.
Absolutely. And so if you haven't purchased your bid yet, it's either at the Micronesia Mall. You can also go to my.raceresult.com and you can register online. I also have the QR code here, and so we can always share with our listeners too if anybody just wants to grab that real quick. More information, am I allowed to put this number out? Is this Brian's number? 787 number? No, this is your water
That's our warm line numbers. Those are one Dakota. Dakota is one of them that hosts the warm line.
Okay.
And we have another product that hosts our warm line.
Yeah.
And then we do also also have another line that they can call, which is the 683 number. Yeah.
And these numbers also work again for the Safe Ride Home that starts at like what time? 10?
10 p.m. to 2:30 a.m.
Right.
And then even during the day, if somebody needs that type of service,
right.
And you never know. Anybody that who needs the service is unable to try, they can call us and we can still offer that. Safe Ride Home.
Yeah, I was a little hesitant to mention that part, right? Because I understand already the program is so important.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Brian was telling me that when they first put it out again for the month of August, they were concerned that nobody was calling, right? And so, I mean, it's not often where you have a program that's absolutely free, that is willing to take the time to drive to where you are, no questions asked, and say, hey, we're gonna provide this safe drive home for you. You have even just one drink. That's so very important. Right, and so again, we continue to want to share that with our audience that this is happening for the rest of August and then all of September.
Yes.
Right, and so it's not just on a weekend, huh?
No, it's every day.
Every day.
Every day.
That's pretty impressive.
Yes.
Yeah, very selfless of you. And so again, what Tohge does is so important, and another way where we can assist them again is going through the website. There are many ways to donate. But then even just buying one of these bibs or supporting and coming with your friends or people, again, $50, this is going to go a long way for all of the effort that's going to be happening for the remainder of September.
Yes, so all the proceeds from the run will actually go back and funnel back into Recovery Month, into the activity. So it doesn't stick with Tohge. It goes into all the organizations for the activities that we'll be doing.
New Beginnings, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, Tohge, Westcare, Pacific Islands, Lighthouse Recovery Center. One of my favorites I was sharing with Brian and Tina and Ms. Val was the circle that you do on a separate day, right, at the beach for shopping.
That's the Serenity Walk. So that's one of the activities that we will do.
Yeah. How special is that to you, Dakota?
Extremely special. This is only going to be in my third year.
Yeah.
But it's wonderful.
Yeah. So do you circle up in the beginning, and then your clients go out and do the walk and come back? How does that all usually work?
It's usually at the end.
It's at the end, right? And Miss Athena was saying, and Ms. Val was saying, you take your time, right? You just enjoy it. It's at sunrise, and then you start to come back, right? And you circle up. And so when you talk about somebody that can relate, somebody that has lived the experience, right? Sometimes, unfortunately, they may not want to. They're not as comfortable talking to you, right?
Yep, exactly.
But they have somebody that I don't want to say relate to, but they know that that there's just something about a person that has lived an experience that some of us may not have ever, walked that path before, right?
The comfort of knowing that somebody else is out there that has probably been through a similar situation and can, how do you say, like you said, not relate, but can understand. And they can understand certain things, and it's comforting. And you can build a rapport like that and build a connection with that person. And that's really exactly, the opposite of addiction is connection.
I love that. Yeah. Well, I know I've kept you out there too long than I had hoped to. I apologize again. But I also don't want to rush this, so because you've been so very patient. And so I wanted to give you the opportunity, if there's anything else that I might have missed that we would like to share with our audience, again, the importance of your organizations and the importance of coming together as a community, as an island, to support, what is it, one person, one family, one community, right? Yeah.
Okay. Rebecca, just for me. I think it's we talked about it, and I think it's popular feeling, and it's a practice of our culture, is that we always work together. Like Rebecca shared, it takes a village, and we recognize that we can't do things all on our own. And so again, like we lean on Tohge a lot because we don't have that peer specialist piece in that. And as we move and as we start the month of September for Recovery Month, I think it's just important to know that if there's anyone out there who's struggling, who's hesitant to ask for help, or who's struggling in their journey of recovery, just know that there are so many people around you. There are so many supports out there. And if you don't even know where to start, or if you're ashamed to go, you might be regressing or going back, then reaching out to anyone, any of us, any of the partners we mentioned. But I think Tohge is probably the biggest source of comfort and motivation, because I think you guys truly do make a difference in that 1 second where someone is debating, like, do I go or do I not? And I think you guys make that difference in changing that life and then convincing them to get the help they need. So if there's anyone out there, just know we're all out here just to help. We're not here for the money, obviously. So we're here because of our passion and our dedication to our community and just continuing to make it better.
Yeah, what Brian was saying earlier, I heard him say multiple times, you're doing it because you know the value of a life, right? And so I think he even posed the question to the community and to leaders, what is the value of a life? And if you know, right, and if you know that it's invaluable, then you're going to put all that support into it. And again, it takes, one person, one family, one community. Right. Yeah. Rebecca, I know you're all, and Dakota, I know just like Brian, you have few words, but you're so wise. You really are. You really are. You're so wise, and you're so passionate too about what you do. I mean, volunteerism is a trait that you're excelling at, and that's one of the most beautiful traits out there, to be selfless enough to use your own time to help others. Yeah.
They do a lot of that, and like you said, it is selfless. It's the type of love that we need to give those that don't love themselves yet, And we'll be there until they can.
Yeah, I told you so wise. Right? Very wise. Yeah. Dakota, do you want to share anything?
I love my job. I enjoy helping people.
Yeah.
I really do.
Well, thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. And
thanks for having us.
Absolutely. Well, make sure everybody gets home. Again, 671-787-WARM or 671-686-WARM, right? Those are the numbers, and you can call anytime for the Safe Ride Home. Again, every day, August and September. I know you said anytime, but I do want to put it out there, 10 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. A lot of time is the window where people need it. And I say, just, even if you're not quite sure, you drink just one drink, right? All that number, this is exactly what this program is for. It's in partnership with the Guam Office of Highway Safety and in support of Recovery Month. They're offering these safe ride homes. Again.
So we did partner up with them, because like you said, every life matters, and one life does matter, and it starts with you, starts with us.
There you go. 671-683-WARM, 787-WARM, and 686-WARM.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take the break. This is Wave 1.
Thank you so much.
In turn of the Island Dialogue, Wave 105, the top of Guam.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's big deals on big wheel sales event for a limited time. Corporation will give it cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the Rugged XL, Steyer's STX, or Weatherford XLT. All that has strength, capability, and innovation on your 4 cylinders. And don't lose all stock in the store. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tucson and get free benefits like all that at triplej Ford.com. Triple J Ford, trusting us first.
Introducing the all-new Subway wrap. Now you can make anything on the wrap. Light, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway wraps make filling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and fresh ingredients. Try the cheesy garlic steak wrap today. Subway, eat fresh, feel good.
Hi, Dave. I'm Clint Ridgewell, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Clint Ridgewell, and I approve this message.
Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. To keep you cool, Hats also offers factory, ceramic, glassed out, and basically auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SMILE.
Everyone has savings goals. Whatever your savings for, Bank of Hawaii wants to help you reach your possible. That's why with our Bank of Hawaii 12-month CD special, you're getting 3.4% annual percentage yield with a minimum deposit of $5,000 for another month. Requires a Bank of Hawaii checking account with an opening deposit of $5,000. So reach your savings goals with our 12-month CD special.
Anything's possible.
Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. For terms and conditions, go to economics.com/CD special.
Half a day, I'm Callan Harris and I'm running for senator. Service to Long Island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Harris and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Harris and I approve this message.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win round-trip tickets to Taiwan. Join the Guam photo hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
All right, going to 519. We'll be happy to move forward on your way home. Finishing this work week from Monday, August 24, 2022. Happy to move forward is Guam Auto Spot. Schedule test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 478 Auto. Or viewing our inventory on our website at guamautospot.com. 478 Auto. All right, we're Pauly booking a guest from Tohge and Westcare. Don't forget, this will be warm on Southview. To help count for you, 7871 661. Please use them. They're free. They'll help get you safely if you guys ever make it out. Anyways, moving forward, looking at traffic. Let's see. Okay. The Trans intersection has kind of a build-up right now if you're moving from Route 8. Actually, all of Route 8 is kind of like moving in there. If you're making Route 4 into the valley area, it's building out, but you still got to see. It's only when you're in the Route 1 passing through the village, making your way into the capital where you have some traffic. Continuing on Route 1, if you're hitting Governor Carlos, Hospital Road, and San Antonio, is you're going to be backed up even all the way. Continuing on Route 1 all the way to the Kmart intersection. Route 10 or the Season Parkway, looking okay. It's building up, it's at 5 o'clock hour. As well on the other side, on Route 16, if you're making your way into the Harmon Loop area, from the underpass, you got some build-up right there. Then the Guam Farmers Market, as well as the other side of Better where the Guam Football Association took quite build-up. Alright, that's helping you move forward with Guam Auto Spot, KGMFM, 105.1. It's out of Guam, and we'll get back into the backside.
Jr. The future of Guam's security and prosperity will be challenged by social and economic conditions. From drug-related crimes to higher housing costs, gas prices, food prices, and decline in tourist arrivals impacting retail businesses. Our people will need leaders who are strong, visionary, disciplined, and have the best credentials to address these issues. I'm ready to get to work as your senator. I'm Fred Medallion Jr., and I approve this message.
Hey, Kenya, get ready. ready. The all-new Tohge Regalia is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Tohge Regalia grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Voices Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. Wave 105. We do want to thank our Triple J. It's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Say 1,000 top retail. Drive home a new Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Subway, you got a refresh to be fresh. Micro Pack from Bose to Sony and more. Micro Pack is Guam's home for quality electronics. Chili's Grill and Bar. Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. And GTA, we start with you. Thank you so much for hanging out. You know, I forgot to ask our last guest about the Would You Rather.
Yeah,
I forgot.
I got caught up.
Would you rather fight one horse-sized chicken or 100 chicken-sized horses? And to be honest with you, I don't really want to kick 100 chicken-sized horses because they would be so adorable. But the question is, would you rather fight? And so if you're forced to fight, I think I can do I'm going to get tired probably after kicking like 20 of them.
Right.
But I definitely don't want to go up against a horse-sized chicken, that's for sure. So, let's do this. Some good news? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So because I got something that we're going to play. But what we're going to play, the robot, don't play it yet, though. This is like the Robot Olympics or something in China. They do this. This is the second annual. We're going to get to that. But today's good news actually comes from England. Okay? And I do want to thank our sponsor of Good News, and that's Provisions. Provisions, they're open Monday through Saturday from 11 to 3 p.m. Call Provisions at 671-633-9463. Place your order today or visit the website provisionsguam.com. Hold on, I'm getting a message. Somebody is, Jay wants to jump in on the Would You Rather.
What did they say?
Jay saying, hold on, I'm about to read it. I probably wouldn't eat 100 chicken-sized horses, but I could eat a horse-sized chicken. Yeah. I don't want to eat no horses. Not, there's a whole situation going on in these national parks to wild horses. Actually, a pretty sad story, but it's been going on for a while. It's not a new issue either. Let me see here. Some good news, right? This has to do with an individual in England. I'm trying to find it now. Who rates benches. Have you heard this story before?
No.
Yeah, he rates benches, and so since 2019, the guy never rated a bench 10 out of 10.
Okay.
Yeah. For the past 7 years, his name is Sam Wilmot. And so his hobby is he rates benches.
Okay.
He's from England. He started this Instagram account called Rate This Bench in 2019 after he was out walking with friends and jokingly started judging the benches they came across. Then a friend told him that it would make a good Instagram account, so he just ran with the idea. Since then, he has reviewed more than 300 benches, mostly around England and Wales, but he's even taken his bench rating talents as far as Dubai. And so, this is how he rates these benches. A great bench should have a backrest and armrest, some curve to the seat, preferably made of wood, have a solid base so your feet don't get muddy, and of course, have a great view. He'll even give points if there's a plaque or something interesting to read. And so, but one point is always especially difficult, the wow factor, right? And so, he said that's why after hundreds of reviews, Wilmot had never given a bench a perfect 10 until now. The winning bench sits outside St. John the Baptist Church in Old Sodbury, South Gloucestershire, England, overlooking the countryside toward Bristol and Wales. And so, Wilmot, he rated this bench before, but he only gave it a 9. The reason why it changed? Because he got married near that bench, and when him and his bride on their wedding day sat on that bench, it provided the wow factor. His wife Sophie chose the church for their wedding, in part because the bench had become a special place in their relationship. Sophie has also been behind the camera for many of Sam's bench reviews over the years. After the wedding ceremony, the newlyweds returned to the bench in their wedding clothes and took another seat. And so this time, it changed because there's that last point for the wow factor. Sitting there with his brand new, beautiful bride. And so, this story, all you have to do is rate a bench. I don't even think you need to go to Instagram. It's like going viral everywhere.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's not even that great. Like, there's nothing special about this bench.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There's nothing special. Except the view. The view, which I don't have the photo of the view, but the view is impressive.
Okay.
And so, for the very first time, this guy ranked the bench 10 out of 10. I can think of some benches here in Guam. I don't know if I'd give them 10, but there are some nice ones.
Oh, okay.
Right? I'd probably give a 9 over at Fort Soledad just because of the bench that's not near the watchtower.
Oh, okay.
The bench that's over by the entrance area. You know the loop?
The first, yeah.
You get out and it's to the right.
The one once you hit the loop?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's to the right and
that's a nice
it's facing Humatek Bay.
Yeah, that's a nice
right?
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Actually, I think I would give that a 10 out of 10. But it's not wood, though. It's concrete.
No, it's not.
Man, so I guess I have to go by his rules, right? Because he says it has to be wood. It's a concrete bench, but I like it. I like the view. The view gives it a 10 out of 10. Yeah, a 10 out of 10 for the view. So there you go. Some good news. And to be honest with you, I'm a sucker for a good story, though, right? So it's not even more so the good news. It's just heartwarming. Right, in this world of chaos and calamity and uncertainty. Oh, it's heartwarming. So, you ready to transition?
Yeah, we can do it.
Yeah, we'll do this now. Just keep my mic on.
Okay.
So, over the weekend, the second annual Robot Games in Beijing. Yes. You can press play now for our audience to watch on our YouTube. Look at these robots because they couldn't stop themselves. Look at that. That robot.
方选手脚下的动作非常的灵活。哇！这是刚才和小龙学的旋风踢法。
大家觉得他们的表现怎么样？让他们听听你们的掌声，好不好？行云流水呀！
They're not remote control.
到了结合部。
时间到。好，我们的解说员继续解说。
接下来要看看郑洁指导和我们银河星仔彼此之间的单打实力的较量了。一上来互相先进行了试探，各项技术正拍，动作非常的流畅，反拍也不错，轻轻的挑起了高球。两个人打得很友好，这个时候郑洁指导挑出了月亮球，要上一点难度。左右的调动银河星仔，银河星仔有点应接不暇，虽然倒地了，但是迅速站起来，跟 Smash 沟通一下，二位该怎么配合呢？哦 ，Smash 刚刚差点救了一个擦网球，给 Smash 喂一个球，啊，一人一板。二位站在这儿跟丁宁。
来，第一名球员助跑，哦，应该是个假动作迷惑对手。第二球员射门，球进！哇，漂亮！刚才是不是又会看到他们的庆祝动作？刚才大家有没有猜对是哪名球员完成了这脚射门呢？来，哦，进球之后又是来了刚才标志性的庆祝动作。来，继续我们看看，在这次进球之后，似乎有一个新的射门动作——弯弓射雕。看来机器人也是希望，和人类一样能够上9天揽月。
刚才用了一招双龙出海，红方选手脚下的动作非常的灵活。哇！这是刚才和小龙学的旋风踢法，现学现用，击中了对方的头部。但是呢，这是一记舍身技，在踢完了这一下之后，红方选手倒地不起。
小红快起来！
小红加油！
还有30秒呢，快！
这个时候我们要看一看，如果在比赛结束的时候他还是不能够站起来的话，胜利就要。
25台银河通用轮式机器人 GABA G1，面带笑容挥手而来。他们也曾登上总台马年春晚，以能干活的机器人形象为观众留下深刻印象。机器人同频共舞，人类的灵动表现，机器人的科技美学，携手完成，艺术共创。以龙舟竞渡的船桨，以此作为能量信物。
第4站，新疆伊宁赛里木湖。机器人将弓拉满，迸发无限能量。
跨越山河万里，加速进化不可第二人形机器人，迈着整齐步伐向前行进，每一台都能独立运算路径，动态调整姿态。
really are. So like I said, I mean, that's all the difference between last year where they were remote control and now this year just completely automated, being able to run and race. Let me pull up the story, because there is a robot that ran faster than Usain Bolt. Let me see here. The robot called Chonggong Ultra beat the record by nearly 5 seconds at the World Humanoid Robot Game in Beijing. That's pretty crazy, huh? Yeah. Beat the record by it says it may have stumpy arms like chicken wings in a bizarre sprinting style, but a Chinese-made robot has smashed humankind's record for running 400 meters, clocking in at 38.16 seconds. Again, the robot called Chonggong Ultra beat the record by nearly 5 seconds. That's to beat it by 5 seconds is crazy, because you could say like by 0.7 seconds is a big difference, but it beat it by 5 seconds. Yeah, it didn't know how to stop though. That's for sure. It ran right into the matted the padding. And fell over. There's one video, I don't have it in front of me, but there's one video that it hit it so hard and fell over, it started sparking up. Yeah. Okay. So, after watching all of that, though, there's still one thing. Today's robots are still pretty stupid. So.
No, I mean, at least like you said, it's not AI.
It's not. That's not. What we just watched is not AI. Yeah, that's real. Yeah. That is really what was happening over these last 2 days.
No, we need them to, like you said, cook and clean for us. Not make our flyers. We don't need them making our...
Oh, the AI flop and stuff?
Yeah, we don't need them doing that, making the music.
Right. But maybe do our laundry, right?
Do our laundry, yeah, do that.
Do our laundry and cook our steaks when we come home. We'll take this break.
Yeah.
All right, 5:40 in the afternoon. We'll also get you one more look at traffic with Guam Auto Stock in just a bit.
Please do an event. Janita, the photographer. 105.1 FM. Glimpses Media Radio Station.
Eat fresh and use the few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com and powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh.
Need a truck that works with barbecue heat? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels Sales Event. For a limited time, store prices below daily cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. From the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation of the Ford delivers. So don't wait, all stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tohge and get free approved and top online at TripleJFord.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
I'm Frederick Ali Jr. The future of Guam's security and prosperity will be challenged by social and economic conditions. From drug-related crimes to higher housing costs, gas prices, food prices, and declining tourist arrivals impacting retail businesses. Our people will need leaders who are strong, visionary, disciplined, and have the best credentials to address these issues. I'm ready to get to work as your senator. I'm Frederick Ali Jr. and I approve this message.
Offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. To keep you cool, Patch also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and game-proof auto tinting. For more information, call 617-SMALL.
Top of the day. I'm Clint Ridgell, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Clint Ridgell, and I approve this message.
Explore, snob, Westcare for a chance to win round-trip tickets to Taiwan. Join the Guam photo hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Half a day, Untitled Chapter from a morning to Senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Pauly, and I approve this message.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be an opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio teams. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
I'm seeing a whole lot of red lines all along Rainbow Drive, so there aren't very many pockets where it does clear up for you. It's from intersection to intersection. And so the most congested parts of Marine Corps Drive are from Tamuning through the ICC intersection in the Upper Tumon area around Micronesia Mall. That's also affecting Route 16 as well, and all of the roads that get from Route 16 over to 1. That's Fatima Road, the Harmon Loop Road as well, even Machechi. Machechi over at, the Alligator Road looks pretty decent, but then of course when you hit the right and get onto Machechi, it's going to be slow moving when you get back onto Route 1. Route 8, also some mild delays there. Of course, the tri-intersection looks pretty congested there. Once you pass Route 16, it's not too bad. Obviously, again, like I mentioned, it's really intersection to intersection where you're going to see a lot of the delays. Once again, helping you move forward on this Monday afternoon is Guam Auto Spot. Here's number 478 Auto. View their inventory, GuamAutospot.com. All right, welcome back. Thanks for hanging out with us. We only have a few more minutes if you want to get in on any of the conversation that we've been having. We've been having plenty, right? Plenty different conversations, different issues. I mean, that's usually what it is, right? There's so much to talk about, and so if you want to get in on it, 671-922-1051. I went back to the Guam Education Board meeting, right, because again, they started back up at 1. They recessed last week, and they continued the conversation. I never really had the opportunity to watch any of this board meeting because, again, They started around 1 before the show started. And so that's definitely going to be my homework. I'll listen back and hear what was said at this board meeting. I'm pretty sure you're going to get a lot of the updates even before I get back on the radio by 2 p.m. But I'll share whatever I can gather. I did notice when I just speed things up around like 1 hour into this board meeting that there were plenty of students that were able to speak at this meeting. Again, concerned about the possibilities of redistricting. I know that the Guam Education Board, or at least GDOE's PIO, did put out the release over the weekend saying that that's not something that they are going to address, redistricting not on Monday's board meeting agenda. Dave did call in early, and he's a planner. He provided his own insight into what it means to redistrict. I mean, at the level of the student's level, it's not a good idea. He gets it, he understands. But at a higher level, especially when you want to solve the whole issue of the school system itself, right? I wrote it down somewhere in my notes so I wouldn't forget. However, I lost my place though. But it's not lost on me what Dave was saying, right? And so I appreciate the phone calls. I appreciate everybody's perspectives on the issue, and that's kind of how we can get through this as a community. We talk about it, we discuss it, discourse happens. We don't always agree with how to tackle an issue, but I mean we can come together and help solve some of the issues that are plaguing our community, right? So again, I'm not quite sure on how things were left after this meeting, but that's definitely something that I want to go back and watch, because when I look at, it looks like the Jigo mayor is there as well. I did see the vice mayor. There were quite a few senators that were there, and so again, when you look at it, and we engage with each other on what we think is the right move to do, whether it's redistricting, double sessioning, alternating days. Unfortunately, this issue has just all of these issues when it comes to a facility is just happening all at the same time, which becomes overwhelming, becomes a very daunting task. It's extremely unfortunate. However, this is what happens when we neglect facilities for decades. It's not just Judy Wampat that said it. It's Eric Swanson said it prior to. These buildings, these school facilities have been neglected. And so now we're trying to address it. And I agree with Dave when he goes, you can fire a superintendent, but that's not really, you can fire the superintendent today. But that's not really going to solve anything unless we get to the bottom of it. And we have to right-size the public school system. And that could mean redistricting. He believes that it's redistricting. On a higher level, that's going to solve a lot of the issues, right-sizing not just the student population, but also the faculty and staff population, right? And then when you're talking about that, what that could look like when you redistrict, maybe you don't even build a school, a new school. And we've gone through this in the past too. This is not new. JFK, when they were protesting, they demanded, they showed up like they were disrupting legislative sessions to demand that JFK get rebuilt. Because, again, there was a conversation. They were having talks of possibly selling the JFK property and how much that could save the government, how much they can take some of that money and put it back into, GDOE facilities, right? Because who wouldn't want? What business or what company wouldn't want to buy that property? That's the primest of the primest. However, a community came together and said, we are going to put pressures on our leaders, whether you like it or not, whether this is going to save taxpayers money or not. We demand you rebuild JFK. And they put enough pressure, more than enough pressure, and made it happen. And that's what you're seeing today with these Simon Sanchez students and these seasoned students. So it may not be what's best for taxpayers or the community and whatnot. It might not even be the right decision when it comes to finances. But if there's political will, you're not going to have a choice. Because you have to follow the political will, right? At least if you're an elected official, you're going to have to. You're going to have to swallow your pride or what you think is best and do what your community demands you to do. And that's what we could very well be seeing today, whether we agree with it or not. John's on the line? John? Oh, sorry, John. But you can call back. My bad. I was just I was on a roll, even though I wasn't necessarily agreeing with everybody, right? My bad.
I just think it was like, when you showed that video, it was like, oh, that's so contentious, that last board meeting. I was like,
oh, and so, again, I agree with what Dave has said, and I agree with what a lot of people have been saying. It facts over feelings, for sure. 1,000% facts over feelings. However, you do got to put, whether you like it or not, you are going to have to listen to your constituents. You are going to have to listen to the stakeholders, the people that are experiencing this every day. And you can make the decision one way or another, whether people like it or not. A tough decision has to be made. I'm not disagreeing with that. Tough decisions are made every day. However, if there is political will, if there is a community that is putting a lot of pressure, and then you're making these promises, and then they say, oh, empty promise after empty promise. Well, I'm sorry, those elected officials, those officials that do have the purse strings, right? The legislature is the one that decides how to spend government money. They are. GDOE is not going to say, we're going to come up with $16 million here and there and whatnot. No. It is going to be the legislature with the executive branch working with DPW to put out a contract to build this school one way or another, or not build it. You will have to answer to the people that have elected you. That is also the reality. That is not fantasy land. And it might not be fiscally responsible. And if you go against that, then you better be ready for the backlash. And that's why when Joe goes, when am I going to run? We're like, whoa. That's not, I don't want to be in that arena. It's not an easy decision. I get it. But here's what I did see on Marine Corps Drive. This is why people are going to hold their elected officials responsible. I did see elected officials standing there on the curb with these Sanchez students. Did I see them all? No. But I did see them. And they know who they are. And so you cannot be standing on the curb with these students that are demanding that their school be built and then having conversations on the other side when nobody's watching behind closed doors and saying, maybe we don't need this school. Maybe it's not fiscally responsible to do so. No, because if you feel that way, then don't be standing on that curb and don't be pandering to these children. Have the courage to tell these young people that it's not fiscally responsible to do so. And that's that. I'm sorry. But we have to go with facts over feelings. And we cannot afford this new school. We cannot afford Teason High. It's too dilapidated, and we made a bad deal with all of the people back in the day, and we're in trouble right now because we're trying to do all of this when we can clearly put all you students in the current schools now. Because I do believe you can't put Teason in Chief Brody. You can't put Teason or Sanchez at LBJ. But you can put all of Teason in GW. I believe that. You can. But see, they're not saying this. Only Dave's saying this. He has the courage to say it. He's willing to call in and say these things as a planner. But there is not one elected official, not one, and not one that is running to say what Dave was saying earlier today. Not one. These are the decision makers. And the decision makers are standing on the curb with these students to rebuild Sanchez. So that just tells me that that is what they are going to do. They will move forward. And they will build Sanchez. They just better do it already. They just better hurry up because it's nonsense. It's nonsense at this point. Do it or don't. But you can't be standing there with those that want it built and then having conversations saying, maybe this ain't right. Maybe this isn't the fiscally responsible thing to do. Not maybe. If you can put this entire population into the schools minus Sanchez and minus Teason, then say so. Because there are people saying so. But they're not. Not the ones not on the record, not when people are listening, not when people are paying attention. They're not saying that. They're only standing on the curb, holding signs up with these students. And that's pandering. Right? Otherwise, they really do feel. You're either pandering or you are very you stand in solidarity. This is exactly what you want to happen. And so, those that are, I'm going to take them for their word, for their action. That action means you want Sanchez built. And so, it can't be any other way then. It just can't. 6 o'clock, we're going to get out of here. We're going to do this again tomorrow, right? Rolling with Dice, mornings with Patty, 6 to 10, and then we've got national programming, and we'll do another BrightSide right here on Wave 105. Everybody get home safe, be kind to each other, especially on those roads. Adios.